the
Recording in
contractor,
progress.
and that happened during the period of 2019 to 2020. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we were able to cut the project short and only inspect 408 addresses, and within those 408 addresses, no crossbores were discovered. As for crossbore phase 3, which is I'm currently handling, we have 1,480 addresses. This is the period from 2021 to 2022, and we did find one crossbore, and this is also repaired. So in total, the completed addresses that we cleared from crossbore is 9,080 up to date. So to kind of bring us to where we're going forward, and how many we need to inspect, is we have 3,762 addresses remaining for the city to inspect from crossbore. And the plan is to, hopefully for the next 5 years, is to get 800 laterals cleared per year. And with considering the cost, we're estimating around 840,000 per year in the next 5 years, to clear 800 each year. So, and within those addresses, we're trying to prioritize each address by, property type, location, whether it's a residential area, business district, schools, daycare, hospital, churches, and etc. And so also we're also considering gas services that do not have EFVs or do have EFVs or access flow valves. And lastly, we consider distances from the gas service to the sewer laterals. So that's just to kind of give the information from where we're at in the project. So I'm now open for questions if you guys have some. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Essay. Commissioner Scharf, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I guess I was curious as to, per crossbore found, how much of money have we spent per finding each crossbore? If you take the total amount we've spent and the number of crossbores and divide, on a per basis.
Currently, I can only give the information for the third phase, which is crossbore phase 3 for Kratos. So we're under 1% for if you compare one crossbore found to 14,080 addresses, and the amount we spent for this project is 1,680,000 for the whole project.
So we found one crossbore and we spent $1 million on it.
1.6, yes.
I mean, I don't know how serious one crossbore in the cross. I'm trying to decide does this really make sense on a financial? I mean, it seems like a huge amount of money to find one crossbore. I mean, is it? I mean, I guess I would like to hear from staff. If we're now done the most critical ones. I mean, the ones that were the highest priority. I mean, wasn't that phase 1, 2, and if I recall, at least in the first phase, there were issues with it, and then I guess with the phase during COVID, there were issues. I guess I'm just trying to understand: does this make financial sense? And should we continue to be doing this?
So yeah, Councilmember Scharf. Yeah, so this is obviously this is a preventative program, right? These are crossbores that have been caused, over the years through, the trenchless technology installation of polyethylene pipelines. It's not isolated to just Palo Alto. This is a natural gas industry wide issue. So yeah, I think that's a decision that the UAC and the council definitely will have to make, whether or not spending this amount of money is worth the risk of potentially leaving these out and the impact that these could have. This is something that we try to prioritize to make sure that we address, the greatest risk ones, high congregation areas, business districts, schools, hospitals, and then go out to residential neighborhoods and start dwindling down on these. We've had a very aggressive inspection program, in-house with our own crews as well as with contractors to kind of eliminate this need to have to go back to services that we've recently replaced. So we've kind of taken that issue. Really, this is going back to kind of some of these historic installations and making sure that, these don't end up, because, one instance can be very bad. And, if it's, that's something that we have to weigh as a city.
Right. Now that was really my question, is that, what you said is we've basically done all of the high congestion areas, the ones we prioritized. And now we're in the residential neighborhoods and we're spending, we find one and, $1 million basically for finding $1.6 million for finding one. And I'm not saying it's not worth it. I guess I was asking staff, I guess I would ask staff to evaluate and come back to the UAC really about whether or not spending that amount of money and what risks is a cross-bore in a residential neighborhood. Is it likely? Are we likely to find lots of them? Is it likely to, is this a risk? And maybe staff could just say, yeah, if this happens, the catastrophic nature of a cross-bore, if it does happen, could be, if it goes into a sewer line, there could be a large explosion, or in a non-congested area, frankly, it's very unlikely, 1 in a million chance or whatever. I mean, we do risk analysis all the time and you can't get to zero risk. And the question is this continued worth it in staff's opinion? That's really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for an analysis of the risk and saying, yeah, we definitely should be doing this, or, it's a lot of money and it's a really low risk that this could possibly occur.
Yeah. I mean, we understand that. I mean, it'd be difficult to say what the risk would be and feel confident in it, but we can definitely look at that. I mean, like Kim has outlined, I think we have a little over 4,000 remaining out there that we have identified that need to be inspected. And, you're right. I mean, if there's one out there, it could be a very catastrophic event with as much as a house exploding, or even, potentially harming a family in it, and the surrounding neighborhood. So, that is the risk, that is the inherent risk in the industry. And that's, again, like I said, that's not just in Palo Alto, that's industry wide. There's been many instances where crossboards have done that exact thing. But it is definitely something we can look back at and see if it's, worth spending the 800, clearing the 800 addresses per year.
So I guess how much total would it cost to clear the 800 addresses per year? When it's all said and done, are we going to spend?
I think Kim and I were talking about it. And I think over the next 5 year, clearing the 4,000 addresses, we would be just at around 4 million.
4.2 million, yes.
All right.
That's about 840K a year. And I would say it's, for me, based on my experience on kind of handling this specific project, is that it's worth it. Sometimes you can be in a property where you have a lateral and you're sure it's like 50 feet, 40 feet away from the gas. And still, depending on how a building is constructed, you can have different wires connecting to different locations. And that's just surprises us at the field. And it's really something that should be considered. I feel like safety is something that we cannot pay for.
Right. No, fair enough. And I wasn't suggesting we shouldn't do it. I was just sort of trying to get a sense since we've done the ones most at risk if it was serious risk that remained for the other ones. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Scharf. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Just listening to Commissioner Scharf, just did some quick math. 1.6 million divided by 408 lines is $3,900 a line. And if I do the lines 4,000 times $3,900, I come up with a figure that's actually closer to 16 million. So where is it? Why are we getting such an economy of scale when we go from just simple math of 16 million down to 4.2 million over 4 years.
I think you took the wrong number. The 408 number was from phase 2, which we had to cancel early due to COVID.
Okay.
The 1.6 million was on the phase 3 cross-border project, which was the most recent one. And that was 1,480, I believe.
Okay. So that corrects the number down to 1,081. If I multiply that by 4,000 very quickly, I'm still at 4.3. Okay, so there's the number. Brilliant. Thank you. I appreciate that. No further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Forcell?
Yeah, just similarly along the lines of the price tag for this project, can you help us understand what is involved in doing a cross-bore inspection and help us understand why it's about $1,000 to inspect a sewer line?
Sure, and we can get into that into detail. So basically, as part of the inspection, what the crew has to go through is that they will do a sewer lateral video. So from a video standpoint, they will go to a private lateral and a city cleanout, and a private cleanout and a city cleanout. And from there, inspect both private side and city side laterals. And part of that is also, that cost about, on our approximate calculation, is about $800 per address per lateral. And including that is also a NASCO review of a lateral, which kind of helps the city assess the current situation of a lateral or current maintenance need of a lateral. And that also helps the city. And so basically it costs about around $860 per lateral. And then if we come into an address that has a need for us to dig or to excavate and replace a section, that costs about $4,000 per address. So that's kind of how the budgeting works on how we did it. Currently, what we have right now for phase 3 is around $600, and also another $50 for the NASCO certification. So around $650 for this project, and then around for future projects around $850 or $860.
Kim, this is Dean. Could you explain the NASCO standards, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
So the NASCO standards is the process of assessing a lateral. So what the contractor does is they do a pipeline assessment by scoring. So let's say they found damage on a pipeline, and let's say it has roots or protruding or cracks or offsets on the lateral, and they would score that on a priority. Let's say the highest score is 5, which is what they're doing, and the lowest score is 0, which is no maintenance required. So that's what we're doing right now. And then those information that we gathered for each lateral is also sent to our group in operations, wherein they kind of prioritize how they would tackle maintenance for each and every laterals that we have for the city.
Any other commissioner comments, questions? I had a couple. I sort of shared some of the economic concerns, but I guess I understand now where the dollars are going anyway. I'm wondering, the sewer lines and the gas lines that are being inspected, are they the city side, the property owner side, or can it be both? And what are we doing to avoid future challenges? Are we requiring, open trench pipes or something so that this isn't a never-ending project?
Thank you for that question. So for our project for cross-border, we are doing both inspections for both private side and city side laterals. So what the information that I have is that from before 2001, our contractors did not include a cross-bore inspection from their trenchless method installation for PE gas lines. So all of those before 2001 by a contractor needs to be inspected. And then moving forward from 2001, the city implemented a contract for our contractors to do a cross-bore inspection. So currently from 2001 up to current, after we install a PE pipeline that is drilled, we are doing a post-video inspection and a pre-inspection as well, for just to make sure that we didn't do any drilling on the customer side or the city side, so sewer laterals. And then as for in-house, what we have implemented is that after 2011, is that our in-house crews also do inspection on these drilled method for gas installation. So that's how we kind of move forward to avoid any other conflicts in the future.
So I want to make sure I understand, when you said we, that was on the city side. And so if somebody's rebuilding a house and moving a gas or sewer line, are there any requirements to prevent cross bores coming from that side?
So for example, that a new property, or let's say a gas meter is being relocated and we're required to install a new pipeline for the gas for installation, then what we'll have to do is after the installation, then we'll inspect the private side sewer lateral to make sure that we're safe from any potential cross-bore.
So, I mean, I guess that's great from a safety side, but and maybe I don't understand how this works, but it seems to me that that might make more sense to require on the front end. So it's not, first of all, second round of inspection, and also that the cost is being borne by the right party.
So if I may, Chair Siegel, so what Kim is trying to explain is that, so as our own crews, our internal crews, we drill services as well as our contractors. So all the CIP projects that we do for a gas main, we actually put in new services. So what they do is they actually run a camera. They will drill the line first, and then before they integrate any gas into that service, no matter if it's a contractor or our own crews, they actually have to inspect it and run this camera through the sewer line. Because remember, now sewer line's already kind of in place. It's the gas line that we're seeing that's where those cross bores are being at. So that camera goes all the way past or up to the foundation of the home. We have to get at least up to where the gas meter is. You know, most of the gas meters on the side of the homes or in the front of the homes. So we have to at least get to that point, that where that riser comes up from the gas main, that we have to at least get that far. So we're actually looking from the private side, which is the homeowner side, as well as our side, to make sure that when we drill or the contractor drills, that line is clear. So now, as Kim was mentioning earlier, that's the prevented piece that we put in place, that we no ever have to go back and do this again. So in the future, we'll continue to camera both sides, our side as well as this customer side. And there's no charge to the customer, because that's part of that cost that they have to cost for the lateral that's being installed to the home.
Okay, that makes sense. And I guess it's because that makes more sense than doing open trench installation.
Yeah, because sometimes, you know, maybe the gas line is, say, on the right-hand side of the home. We'll just say the right-hand side, but maybe they're going to do some additional work on the left-hand side, and maybe that's the driveway side. So now if we were going to do open trench, we would have to then rip open their side, you know, their concrete driveway, or maybe there's some extensive landscaping that we would have to go through, and then we would rip all that up, and then it would be our responsibility to replace that portion. So that's why we pretty much use the trenchless method of actually boring down below the ground level. And you can take a little square out and actually bring the head of the drilling areas right up to the side of the home, so that it's preferred for us.
Great, thanks. Any other thoughts, questions? Thank you, Mr. Rasse.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Dean.
We'll move on to the city EV program presentation. Oh, and are there any comments from the public on EVs?
If there are any comments from the public, please raise your hand or press *9. No hands are raised.
Thank you. I think we have a presentation for this.
So good evening, commissioners. My name is Jonathan Abenshine. I'm an assistant director with the Utilities Department. Currently away from the role, working focused on our sustainability and climate action plan. And I have with me tonight Hiromi Kelty, a sustainability program administrator with the utilities, who is our EV programs expert. And we're here tonight to talk to you about, no, excuse me. Thought I had all the technical difficulties worked out. So we're here to talk to you tonight just to give you an overview of our current efforts on electric vehicles and electric vehicle chargers. Now, electric vehicles are the purview of the SCAP committee, and we haven't received specific direction from council yet on EVs. The SCAP committee has focused more in the recent months on building electrification. So what we talk about tonight might change in the future. But we'll share what we're working on right now and some ideas that we have for the future. So I'm going to start tonight just by talking a little bit about the city's emissions reduction goals, where EVs fit in. Then we're going to talk a little bit about our current EV activities, ideas we'd like to explore in the future, and we'll touch a little bit briefly and at a high level on grid issues. It's something that's very much in progress right now. So first, let's start by, let's put our EV efforts in context here. So we all know our SCAP goal is Sustainability and Climate Action Plan goal is to reduce emissions 80% by 2030 from 1990 levels by 2030. So about 60% of our emissions are from transportation. It's about half with upstream emissions. And that's based on our impact analysis, which was based on our 2019 greenhouse gas assessment. So to reduce emissions, we're going to have to do a few things. We're going to have people travel less, use single occupancy vehicles less, and help people electrify as many of their miles as we can. Now, the first two efforts relate to the mobility section of the SCAP, and the third relates to the EV section, and that's what we're going to talk about tonight. Now, we estimate that our transportation's emissions are about 1/3 from residents, 1/3 from commuters, and 1/3 from visitors. And that means we're going to need significant reductions from all three groups. For residents, if we want to achieve 80 by 30, that's going to mean we need to see 44% of vehicles in Palo Alto be EVs by 2030. That's 50% of single family, 33% of multifamily. And to achieve that level of penetration, we need to see 85% of new annual vehicle sales purchases in Palo Alto be EVs by 2030. And people need to keep buying used EVs as well. Now, that might
I'm sorry, can I ask you on that?
Please.
When you say are you making a distinction between new cars and used cars, or just new purchases?
I mean, new cars. If someone buys a used car, that doesn't even count towards the 85%. We need new cars to be purchased. 85% of new purchases, new model year that happens in a given year, that needs to be an electric vehicle. And I can talk a little bit here about why that is. This whole 44% might strike you as a low goal if you made the natural assumption that we're going to try and electrify 100% or as many as possible of the EVs vehicles in Palo Alto. We're going to convert them 100% to EVs. But at the end of the day, that would require a major change in people's buying habits. This chart it shows the Palo Alto vehicle fleet as of 2020. And if you look over towards the left side of the chart, every bar on this chart represents a model year. And on the left side of the chart, it tells you how many vehicles for that model year there were in Palo Alto when this chart was made. And if you take a look at the bars on the left for the last 5 to 6 model years, I won't make you do the math, but essentially 20 to 25,000 of the 50,000 plus vehicles in Palo Alto were from the last 5 model years. But there is a really significant number of vehicles that are 5 to 20 years old, and several that are even older than that. And that represents buying preferences. When somebody buys a 10-year-old vehicle, it's because there's something about that. There's a preference in there, and price is likely one of the strongest drivers. But at the end of the day, there aren't a lot of 10-year-old EVs out there, and those that are out there are either fairly low range or fairly expensive and might not appeal to that particular buyer. So we likely will be somewhat limited in how much we can shift the vehicle fleet by 2030. It will happen over time, but we probably are going to face some limitations, and we might end up being wrong about this projection, of course.
Jonathan, I'm just a little confused. Is this chart showing purchases that's the range of the purchases when this was done, or are those?
No, this is DMV data saying how many cars are in Palo Alto, what model years they are, and how many there are from each model year.
So it may not reflect preferences to buy a used car. I mean, I'll just take myself. I keep my cars forever. So it may just keep a reflection of you just keep the cars as opposed to buying them.
Sure.
Right? So it's not necessarily a preference for it. It's just inertia and people just some people just keep their cars for 10 years.
Sure, and I think it maybe a broader way to say it would be buying and ownership preferences. So these vehicles that are kept for 10 or 15 years are also not going to be electric vehicles necessarily.
Right. No, I mean, I totally agree.
Do we know how many cars in the Palo Alto fleet turns over every year? Like how many new to the owner vehicles? So in other words, new model year, old model year,
Yeah.
Happen every year?
Those statistics I don't actually have in my fingertips. If we want to dig into this particular dynamic, I'm trying to give a little background, but if we're going to dig into this particular dynamic, I'd probably have to pull some additional statistics. Yeah, I don't want to. I have some numbers jumping to mind, but I don't want to say anything off base. I'll have to get back to you on that one. Should I continue? Okay. Continuing on, this slide shows the emissions reductions we were targeting in the SCAP impact analysis that we delivered last year. And the point here is not to focus on the specific reduction numbers, but more to just the insight that I'm trying to get across here is that we have a lot more influence over residential EV adoption than we do over commuters, and we have more influence over commuters than we do over visitors. And it's just worth keeping that in mind when we think about electric vehicle policies. And it is another challenge for us in the transportation area.
And I have a question. Which category do car services fall in? Are they visitors or commuters?
So the deliveries and car share aren't. The analysis that we did back that we delivered last year didn't get down to that level of granularity. But it is definitely a component of emissions that we're going to have to figure out how to tackle, but the data just wasn't available when we did the initial analysis. Okay. All right, so then what is our focus? Well, a few years back when we started, we signed up to participate in the state's low carbon fuel standard program, which started delivering revenues for us that we could use to promote electric vehicles. We asked ourselves, where can we make the most difference? The state and federal governments are in terms of getting incentives for actual vehicle purchases, the state and federal governments are taking action in those areas. So as a local government, where we felt we could make the most difference is in promoting electric vehicle adoption, not providing incentives on vehicle purchases, but actually facilitating vehicle charging, and particularly in multifamily homes. Electric vehicle charging is one of the major barriers to EV adoption. And multifamily buildings have particular challenges that Hiromi will talk about in a little bit. And we felt that was where we had the most potential leverage. It's not the only thing that we've been working on. We'll talk about other things as well, but that's where we really prioritized our efforts. We do have other ideas. We have started working on our residential electric vehicle programs, but we do need to do some work with commuters and visitors, and we have some ideas on how to focus on that. Again, we haven't spent a lot of time working with the SCAP committee on these, but we're asking ourselves, can we make some progress partnering with major employers or business districts on promoting EV adoption with commuters? And with visitors, can we partner with our regional partners to promote EVs throughout the entire Bay Area to influence our visitor emissions? Now, over the last year, we have talked intensively with the SCAP committee about grid impacts. And in Palo Alto, just to give some sense of the impacts you can have, a new electric vehicle charger has the potential to draw more power than an older mixed fuel home, not necessarily a new mixed fuel home. But, you know, without air conditioning, a lot of these older homes don't draw so much. And so it's pretty clear to us that some modernization of the grid is going to be needed to support both building electrification and electric vehicles. We are discussing what those efforts look like with the SCAP committee. The utilities is working on a grid modernization study to complete and implement as quickly as possible. And I know we'll be coming to you in the future with updates on that. So I don't have a lot of detail on that, but I wanted to acknowledge that as an issue, and it's something that we need to be thinking about. So I'd like to turn it over to Hiromi to talk about the programs that we're actually implementing.
Okay. Well, first of all, commissioners, it's so good to see some of you in person after such a long time. I'm Hiromi Kelty. I manage a lot of these programs. First, I think I'd like to start with the residential programs that we have, starting with the California Clean Fuel Rewards Program, which was a statewide point of purchase rebate program launched in November 2020 for new EV purchases. The rebates were $1,500, and then a year later, they were reduced to $750 because the demand was much higher than the California Air Resources Board ever imagined. Unfortunately, the program was paused at the end of last month. So this rebate is no longer available to Californians, mainly because of the higher demand and also because the LCFS prices have come down to about half of where they were a year ago. So CARB wants to regroup and kind of re-envision what a program for California could look like. So all the utilities, including Palo Alto, has paid into this program, and we're kind of waiting to hear from CARB what they're planning for 2.0. The good news is Palo Altans are known to be overachievers, and there was no difference here. We had about 6% of our residents, 6% of our households purchase a new EV, despite supply chain issues. And everyone says you can't get a hold of a new car, forget about trying to buy an EV. So that translates to about 1,600 residents. I checked the more recent numbers of the end of last month. And so 1,600 Palo Alto residents were able to take advantage of this program. So it was very popular. As for marketing, education, and outreach, we took the opportunity during COVID to issue an RFP through NCPA to magnify what we could do, because as one small utility, we can't do a lot, but working with all of our NCPA partners, we put out this RFP and contracted with 8 organizations to offer various electrification and EV related education and outreach. We're contracted with 3 of those companies. This year so far, we have offered 21 different events, including workshops. We've attended 2 other events. So that's 23 events that we've been out there doing, because we identified that the number one thing that we need to do is raise awareness and help answer our customers' questions, help them navigate all of the different incentives out there. So our classes range from EV 101 classes, which really talks a lot about e-bikes. We really changed our tune and trying to get people to understand that they don't necessarily have to drive. There are so many incentives out there, especially for lower income customers. So we offer a Spanish and English bilingual financial incentives clinic, 3 of them throughout the year, including one-on-one casework if someone's interested, to help them navigate all the incentives available to them to buy an EV significantly cheaper than the manufacturer list price. We also hosted our first e-bike test ride event, which was a lot of fun and something that we look to do more of. We also do a lot of these EV expos. Some of you may have actually attended, like our MSC Open House or the May FET Parade. We're doing 9 of those throughout the year, and they've been very well attended. Our estimates are probably, we have touched or communicated or hopefully affected about 1,200 residents with all of these events. And right now we're looking at 2023 to figure out what kind of curriculum should be offered.
Can I just ask you, what kind of attendance are you getting at the online and then the in person?
It depends on the content. One of our most popular classes that we did was online, and it was new models for 2022. Everyone wanted to know about the new cars that are available, the Ford Mach-E, the Rivian. And we had almost 300 registrations. I think in actuality, it was like 189 attendees. Some of our EV 101 classes are much smaller with like 30 attendees, but we kind of like that too. So we could really answer everyone's questions. We are also in the process of working with a company called Q-Merit through that same RFP. They offer a vetted contractor service for single family homeowners who know they want to put in EV chargers. So they could go online, press a button that says get a quote, and they will get a fair price on EV charger installations from contractors that have done thousands of these installations throughout the Bay Area to make it easy for them. Because the first question that comes up always is, who do I call? We also have a transformer upgrade rebate. We haven't seen many of these yet, but this is for the single family homeowner who wants to put in that EV charger, only to find out that there isn't enough electricity coming to their home, and it may trigger a transformer upgrade. So we do have a rebate of up to $10,000 for that. Something that we've been talking about and working on is an e-bike program, whether it's going to be a lending library or something else. It's something that we hope to be able to put out a RFP on in the near future. Next slide, please. Now, multifamily residences. You know, from the very beginning, we've really focused on charging access for our multifamily residents. Study after study shows that EVs, the total cost of the savings of owning an EV over the life of the vehicle are much more bigger than owning and driving a gas vehicle. One of the #1 reasons why people love their EVs is the convenience of being able to just plug in at home. Unfortunately, for our multifamily households, that is not the case. We estimate only about 1% of multifamily properties in Palo Alto currently have EV charging available to their customers or to their tenants. And one of the big hurdles with this, as we visit site after site after site, is that our building stock, the multifamily building stock, tends to be older in Palo Alto, which means there's a lot of electrical work that needs to happen to be able to bring EV chargers to these properties. This gave birth to our EV charging charger technical assistance program, which we call EV TAP. This was a first of its kind type of program, kind of end-to-end service for our customer, where we do everything from site walks and take a look at all the electrical that's happening at the property, doing load calcs for them, working with CPAU engineers to look at the loading on the transformer, and putting together designs, kind of a low end and a high end design plan for them. The low end being, you know, what can you do right now with the electricity that you currently have, versus the high end of you could put in this many if there were a transformer upgrade. And then not only that, we help them find all the incentives. We help them with their permit applications. So this is a program that we launched right before COVID. And the funding source for it is LCFS again. We currently have about $8.8 million available for 90 to 100 sites over the next 3 years. And our goal is to expand charging access to 10% of multifamily households by 2025. Next slide, please.
May I interrupt for a moment,
Yes.
Chair Siegel? I'm so sorry, Ms. Kelty. You know, last night at Policy and Services, we were talking about a potential rental survey. And in the fourth category, there was like services available. Have you all chatted with the planning department about what might be on that survey? Because one of the big problems we have is not knowing where it's available or even so. Have you guys connected with them about that?
We have been working with planning quite a bit on the permitting side of things, but I do not know about that.
So it's
survey.
Rebecca Atkinson.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So if it just occurs to me that you just might want to, staff might want to put their heads together on this. Pardon me for jumping in, but I think this would be an opportunity in the event that the rent survey goes forward to really identify the presence and then the absence in a way that would be much easier for you all to find. Okay, thanks.
you.
Sounds really
Yeah.
promising.
Pardon me for the
I
interruption.
I will connect with Rebecca on that. Thank you. Next slide, please. So for multifamily residents, we have our EV TAP program, the technical assistance, as well as the EV charging rebate program. And we currently have over 100 properties enrolled. These are multifamily properties. And if everyone puts in those EV chargers like they're hoping, this could affect over 4,000 multifamily units or 38% of multifamily households. So we're really excited about that. 58 of these sites are currently in the kind of site evaluation and design phase. 27 of those sites have decided they wanted to, 27 sites have already decided they do want to go forward with this, and they're in the process of getting contractor bids, which our program also helps them with. And 14 sites are getting all the paperwork ready to submit their permits. We've had 9 sites submit permits, and most of them have not been issued yet. Getting a permit takes quite a while and a lot of back and forth. However, I'm excited to announce that last week, Stanford Hospital got their first permit for one of their 8 sites that they would like to install at. Like Jonathan said, we really need to think about not just residents, but visitors and commuters. Stanford Hospital is a site that affects all 3 of that. So they're one of our key accounts, as well as a customer really eager to get a move on with EV charging installations.
Can I jump in real
Yeah.
quick? Hiromi, how many units, can you remind me how many units for the active, for the 58 that are really actively participating in the program and moving forward? If I remember right, it was something in the ballpark of 1,400 units worth of multifamily buildings?
I have that number in my analysis, but I don't have it with me right now.
I remember it being around
Yeah.
1,400,
Yeah.
and while, obviously the EV chargers that go in wouldn't, suffice if 100% of those 1,400 units actually bought an EV. I mean, that is 1,400 households that now have access to EV charging and can choose to buy. Just one other thing that I wanted to mention here, we're going to come later in the presentation to a discussion of, I'm realizing that when we talk about the Stanford Healthcare example, which we're very proud of, we actually haven't introduced to you yet the fact that this program can also be used by nonprofits.
Oh, nonprofits, yes, that
So we'll
is a
talk
separate
about that in a
slide,
little
sorry.
bit, but we're also
Yes.
excited about the nonprofit
Yep.
participation as well.
Thank you. And, we have completed 6 projects so far. It's only 13 level 2 ports, but the level 2 ports need to be shared. That's one of the criteria of our programs. And they are serving over 300 households. I also want to say that, level 1, just using a 120 volt outlet is also part of our program. And those do not necessarily need to be shared, but the level 2 has to be shared. Next slide, please.
Can I ask you,
Yes.
if it's just a level 1, what does that entail in a multi-unit house?
So an example, a permit was submitted this week for 101 Alma, the large condominium complex by the train tracks. They are hoping to install 100 level 1 chargers. So a level 1 charger for every parking space. So every customer there or every resident there can get 40 to 50 miles of range by parking and plugging in. It takes very little load. It sounds like a lot of outlets, but they're all 120 volt outlets. Now that the permits have just been submitted, it doesn't mean that that's the final on that, but that is an example of what you could do with the level 1. We just visited another property, similar situation of putting in a lot of level 1s and maybe a couple of level 2s that can be shared by anyone that needs to get a quick charge.
And I think it's a great question. I think it's also important just to remember that, it's not just electric vehicles that can be served here, right?
Yes.
Plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, 40 to 50 miles goes a long way,
Yep.
and e-bikes as
Mhm.
well.
Next slide, please. So our marketing strategy, we have over 800 multifamily properties in Palo Alto. And our strategy has been to focus on the largest because we want to have the highest impact on the sites we're working with. So we're really focused on the buildings that have 100 plus units and 50 plus units. Another priority has always been affordable housing. Palo Alto has 1,600 below market rate units at 35 sites. And some of those properties are quite large, like Mid-Penn Housing's Palo Alto Gardens on San Antonio Road, 156 units. So that is a property we are working with. I think they're pretty excited, but we've been talking to them for 2.5 years. I was just thinking about that today. It's long. And now we're finally working on agreements. But that is also another site that we're really excited about.
I'm sorry to
Yeah.
keep interrupting, but what are you finding are the roadblocks or the challenges that are causing a long delay?
I think it's one of those, if you build it, will they come? That kind of push and pull. I think, a lot of property owners have gotten from, well, I really don't want to do this if I don't have to, oh, wow, some of our customers are really asking for this, so we might have to add it as an amenity. For lower income properties is, will they really get an EV if we have EV chargers? And then I think now the shift is happening where it's not a matter of will it happen, it's a matter of when. So let's get on. Let's get on with this. So there's definitely been a shift over the last few years. And one thing I want to point out here is that most low-income Palo Alto families do not necessarily live in affordable housing. When we did an analysis, I think 23% of the households living in multifamily, family of 4, have an income level of under $104,000. So a lot of our low-income families do not necessarily live in subsidized housing, but they live in multifamily. So working on these multifamily projects is not just getting EV chargers in the ground, it's an equity program as well. And our value proposition is, like I said, we offer this hand-holding from beginning to end. We also guide our customers to the incentives or grants that may be available. We talk them through all the transformer upgrade possibilities or not. And our hope is that, we can be that trusted, neutral advisory service. Because, some of the customers that don't want to work with us and they just call a big contractor or electrician or one of the big EV charging companies, they're in for the sale. And we're hoping to really balance, getting the chargers in the ground to the needs of that community. Next page, please. So some of the things we've been exploring is, the e-bike thing. How do we incorporate alternative transportation into all of this? We do talk about the possibility of putting in level 1 chargers for things like e-scooters and e-bikes in a safe parking situation. At every single site, we bring it up. The question of, would direct install services be valuable? It's something that we actually decided to go forward with. And in March, we amended our contract with Clear Result, who is our contractor that we work on with the technical assistance program. And we now offer direct install services to low-income multifamily properties. So Mid-Penn would qualify for that. And the other big question is, if we're going to go in and spend the time and money to put in a new transformer or upgrade the transformer, let's look at how much electricity that property might need if they were to fully electrify in the future. So these are questions we ask ourselves consistently. Next, please. So for non-residential, which is where Stanford Hospital would fit in, we've focused mainly on nonprofits. We offer them incentives of up to $80,000. We also offer this technical assistance, which is free. As for the larger, not just larger, but for for-profit facilities, all commercial customers actually qualify for the California electric vehicle infrastructure project, where we put in $1 million of our LCFS funds, and the CEC matched it with $1 million. So $2 million made available for that. And with that money, the goal is half of the money, or like 20, would translate into 20 more DC fast chargers in our city. We have 41 projects that are in progress. You could see the numbers of EV chargers that will hopefully translate into. We've completed 8 projects, and that's led to 79 new level 2 ports and 2, I wrote L2, but it's supposed to be L3 or DC fast chargers, which are located at 4 schools and 4 nonprofits in town. Next slide, please. Oh, do you want to?
Sure, I can speak to this. So we've talked a little bit about what we're exploring when it comes to expanding our multifamily programs. We also want to, we're also, as we've talked about, interested in focusing on how we promote EV access to low-income residents in Palo Alto. We talked a little bit about regional partnerships and promoting electric vehicles to commuters, and managing grid issues. So these are all areas that we want to be exploring in the future. And we'll be talking with the SCAP committee and with you about that in the future. And that's it for us.
Thank you. That was helpful. I'm trying to see. Do we have any commissioner comments? Commissioner Forso. Okay, I couldn't get it open there for a second. Okay, Commissioner Bowie.
Actually, Vice Chair Johnson had his hand up first, but either way.
Take what you get. There.
Go ahead.
Will do. I had some additional questions on the vehicle turnover and replacement piece. We've been talking about that slide. I think that it applies across several other issues. I didn't want to ask any further questions because I wanted to see what would be answered through the presentation. My question here is if there has been any work done on how these model years contribute to a slice of overall VMT. I would presume that like the vehicles older than 1975 are not contributing a relative share to vehicle miles traveled to what's shown here, despite their, how many are in the bar. So that's sort of the first question. And then within that as well, the use, the kind of behaviors of why those vehicles are contributing. I really commend the effort at multifamily. I live in a multifamily housing myself, and understand very clearly the issues with charging that's there. So I see that access and equity issue, but also wonder about how vehicles are being used based on low and middle income usage and where they fall in with these vehicle mile years or with these vehicle years. Just thinking mainly about whether there are opportunities for targeted programs around vehicle use. Another commissioner mentioned around rideshare and delivery. I would assume that that usage might be higher mileage overall. And so maybe some of these programs are complementary with one another. So the question to kind of follow off of this is whether there's been any thought on these model years and their specific contributions to vehicle miles traveled.
I think the questions you're asking about how vehicles are used and how different types of vehicles contribute to overall emissions is something we're very interested in as well. The data is somewhat limited on how vehicles are used. We're starting to get access to more types of trip data, but the level of granularity that we're talking about here is probably still a little bit beyond our grasp. We keep looking for new ways to get data and use data. I will say, though, that one of the things we recognize in the analysis is that we want to reduce vehicle miles traveled, and we want to reduce vehicle miles traveled in industrial in cars that use gasoline. And what that means is not necessarily that every car has to be converted to an electric vehicle. If you have if you have a family with two cars, for example, and one's an electric vehicle and the other is not, well, you want to encourage that family to use the electric vehicle as much as they possibly can and minimize the use of the second vehicle. And you can achieve a lot of benefit that way without having to convert every single vehicle in the fleet. So I think we're trying to keep in mind we want to increase electric miles traveled as a share of total miles traveled, and the equipment is not the only way to do that.
Okay, I think I understand. Yeah, creating behavioral change among families and opportunities. That's a route to increasing the electric vehicles mile traveled.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. The next question, if I can still hold the floor, is looking at the programs that are being funded by LCFS and what you said about the program sort of having achieved many of its goals and looking at some changes in the way revenue is generated within it. Is there a foreseeable issue with how we fund programs that have been dependent upon LCFS in the past?
The issue is that low carbon fuel standard funds are by nature limited, and we're unlikely to be able to accumulate enough funds to be able to provide these charger services to all the multifamily buildings in Palo Alto. So that means we need to innovate on how we finance these projects. We've done some interesting financial modeling as part of some of the building electrification programs we've been working on, and if we can apply some of those concepts and take advantage of some of the secondary benefits that electric vehicles provide to our electric utility, for example, we may be able to find more sustainable financing solutions. So a lot of work to be done there, but conceptually, that's what we're trying to achieve. And I think there's some good potential avenues for us to explore.
Great, thank you.
Vice Chair Johnston.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. It's really interesting to see how we're doing on this. I've got two questions. First, the easy one on slide 12. I just didn't understand what direct installation services are.
Direct install would be, doing the end-to-end service that is offered by our EV Technical Assistance Program. But instead of the customer going out and getting bids from 3 contractors, ClearResult, which is also a general contractor, acts as the contractor. And then ClearResult would hire subs to oversee the whole installation.
Okay, so the city's a one-stop shop there.
Yes, yes.
Great, okay. The other question, it really goes back to I'm not sure what the slide number is, slide 4, I guess, the one we were just looking at. So we talked about the fact that this is kind of the distribution of model years registered in Palo Alto. And I assume we know what percentage of new registrations in Palo Alto are EVs. Do we know if that's currently running?
Yes. Well, I'm sorry, you're asking for the specific number. It's in the ballpark of 25%, I believe.
25%.
I'm in the right, yeah.
Okay.
I was looking into that this afternoon too. I mean, it's a little bit hard, but I think 25% is a safe number.
Okay. And that presumably has been true for the last couple of years. Is it what's the trend?
Surprisingly, the trend has been, it's dropped off. In a 2017 report said that it was 29%, and we were number 1 in the country when it came to, so we would be able to say 1 in 3 new vehicles in Palo Alto was an EV.
That's my
But our analysis recently was more like 25%. And to be honest, the DMV data has been a little bit all over the place. So I'm not sure if that is the most accurate number.
My understanding too is that just new EV sales and new car sales generally have, have been affected by the pandemic, as we all know, with the supply chain issues. And so that may be affecting things as well.
And it's startling, I guess, to me that what you have in the gray box here, that even if 100% of new car sales were EV starting today, we'd only get to 60 to 70%. So the real key, I guess, is to persuade owners of existing fossil fuel vehicles to trade them in for EVs. And so you've got to get people to trade them in at a higher rate than we are currently doing. And it sounds like that's the kind of program that would be more appropriate at the state level with incentives for EV adoption. And I don't know where that stands.
I do want to say that, so like I said earlier, CARB is kind of reconsidering what a statewide EV incentive program may look like. But, we're all right now trying to figure out how the IRA or the Inflation Reduction Act is going to affect EVs. Now we're finally starting to see lists of which cars will most likely be eligible on January 1st, 2023. And so I imagine there will be funding coming from the federal government that'll really help incentivize the purchase of EVs.
I'll also say, I think your insight's a good one, that if we want to move faster, we have to find a way to swap out older vehicles. Sort of 2 thoughts on that. The supply, they don't make old vehicles anymore, and so whatever the fuel economy and the electric vehicle share of that model year is in the United States or in the world, that's what it is. It's not going to change. It's just going to, those models are going to get retired. So yeah, I've thought a lot about this idea of trying to get older vehicles to be swapped out for new vehicles. And I think the challenge is you know, are we just shuffling, you know, these older vehicles with and getting the electric vehicles and plug-in hybrids that are in those older model years into Palo Alto. But I think the other approach that you're talking about here too is trying to swap out some of those older models and getting folks to buy new cars instead of older vehicles. And yeah, the level of incentives, you know, that might be needed, you're right, are probably better suited for a state program. But I think it's also worth thinking about whether there are things we could do at the local level as well.
Well, I get the point that providing easy access to chargers, both at home and at work, is you know, that is a big barrier for people to get over to buy an EV. So that's obviously been a help. But if there are federal funds coming down the pike, the Inflation Reduction Act, that would help people make that switch from an old gas guzzler to an EV. I hope we can find ways to publicize that and get that information out to Palo Alto residents. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Scharf.
Yeah, obviously, I think, you know, we want to swap out the vehicles and do all of that and get as many as possible in Palo Alto. But I just wanted to make sure that we don't subsidize swapping out older vehicles in a way that they just get purchased and you know, in Palo Alto again by somebody else or in a neighboring community. I mean, unless the vehicle actually disappears off the road and is replaced by an EV, we're not really doing good in the world. We're just moving the emissions, you know, around. So I think when we think about it, I would hope we would think about it that way. I mean, obviously we want to meet our goals, but I'm not sure what the value of meeting our goals. It's a Pyrrhic victory if we just move the emissions somewhere else.
Agreed. That's the point I was partially getting to in response to Vice Chair Johnston's question. But although I think you were actually talking about a different approach, but I think what you're saying about making sure that those vehicles, if you were to provide incentives to swap out old vehicles for new, you don't want to just have those go off somewhere else on the road, because that doesn't end up reducing global emissions.
Right. I mean, if I have I don't, but I mean, if I had a, 2017 or 2018 or 2019 car, it's going to have some value. And so, it's a little hard to imagine how it gets junked. You know what I mean? If you trade it in, it gets sold to someone else and, all of that. So, I think that is an issue. And so, I mean, obviously we want people to do that, and they are going to probably just turn their cars in and move them somewhere else. I'm just not sure we should subsidize that aspect of it.
Commissioner Metz.
Yes, well, first of all, thank you for this presentation. Very important topic. I had one question, one comment. The question you partly addressed, which is, what is the impact of IRA on our program? I was reading it the other day, and in addition to tax credits, there's assistance for low-income people. So it seems like, it's really transformationally different than the previous federal tax credit for EVs. So it could have really immense impact on what we're trying to do. So, I know this is just out, but I would like to suggest, obviously, looking at that in detail and coming back to us to talk about it. Because I think we'll have a major, based on what I read, I was kind of surprised, and I think we'll have a major impact. The one comment I had was on page 7, packet page 63, page 7 of the PowerPoint, which was, this is talking about grid impacts. And, if, as we just talked about, there could be an immense transformation of vehicles to EVs, then it seems like the grid impact could be immense, right? So it seems I know there've been other discussions that are not reflected here, but it seems a bit reactive to me, and that, obviously we need to be proactive in molding the EV charging infrastructure so that it does good things for the grid, not bad things to the grid. So I think it's really important that we think out, from your chart, you can see the timeline, like at least 10, maybe more like 20 years is the right kind of timeline. And so to think out that far, what the grid would look like if all these cars are junked by then, and work backwards to how we get there, in a way that these vehicles are contributing positively to the grid.
Yeah, that is a topic for the a topic in the grid modernization study.
Commissioner Forcell.
Thank you. I have a mixed bag of questions and comments, starting with, this is really great to see. It's been a while since we've had an EV update, and it's a pleasure to see how much progress has been made on a lot of these programs since we last spoke. So in no particular order, thank you for including a version of the pie chart on slide 3 that includes the 20-year global warming potential and upstream emissions. Much appreciated. I love the breakdown of residents, commuters, and visitors. And I agree that focusing going forward on commuters and visitors as well holds a lot of potential, especially because they're more likely to be charging during the day when we have a lot of solar power, which is cleaner and cheaper. So I'm excited for any ideas that you have in that arena. I think business districts, for example, sounds great. Interesting to read about the widespread unpermitted installation. And I wonder if there is an educational component that could help there as well.
Well, the great thing about this new service that we're working on configuring to get a quote is to use one of those vetted contractors who are trusted, who will offer a discounted price because of the bulk of installations in one area, less truck rolls. You have to get a permit. So to be able to use that service, hopefully it'll incentivize people to get permits.
You might not know the answer to this question. I don't know if people aren't getting a permit because they don't know they need one, or if they're deliberately avoiding it.
My understanding is it's a combination. I don't think people are purposely avoiding it. I think gas water heaters is a classic example where many were never permitted. Especially if they already had one, they feel like they just call the plumber, swap it out. Similarly, I think with EV chargers, 240 volt outlet, if you have an electrician, you call them, say, hey, can you put in a 240 volt outlet? And you're done. And I don't think people necessarily realize that they needed to get a permit.
Yeah, so it, maybe there's an educational
Yes.
effort that could be made there, and also in the contracting community. And I don't know what permits cost, but if they're expensive, and that's
$300, which is significant enough for people to say, once they learn about it, they're like, oh, do I really need this?
So that might be something to consider. And I'm also curious, for the permits that we do issue over the counter, are there any limits on the size of them, the amperage?
Yes, it's up to 50 amps. Anything above that, because there are home chargers which are 60 amps. Those have to go under extensive review, but up to 50 amps apparently are over the counter. But since we're not doing that many physically over the counter, apparently it does take a day or more, from what I understand.
Got it.
Yeah.
I just wonder if it's something worth looking at. 50 amps is a lot. And if that is a cause of grid stress, would 25 or 30 amps be a more reasonable limit? And I especially wonder, because I get that anecdotally, car salesmen really kind of oversell how big of a charger you need and put sort of a fear of being stranded into new EV owners. And again, like an educational counter effort that you're going to be fine with a 30 amp L2 charger might be worth some educational efforts.
Yeah, we are at the early stages of working on a program, working on an educational program. We're still defining what it looks like, but that's exactly the issue we want to address. And it's been a topic with the SCAP committee as well, a
Perfect.
substantial focus.
Yeah, so love the educational programs that you described. Love that they're bilingual. Love that you're helping people navigate incentive programs, because it is super confusing, especially the ones that are there for a year or two and then disappear, and then there's a different one. And is it a tax credit or is it a rebate or what is it? So that's great to hear. Oh, transformer upgrade rebate of $10,000. I feel like we've been talking about the policy that the last person to install something, gets hit with this big bill. What would it take to just change that policy instead of having an after the fact rebate? Like, is it required by state law or something that we operate this
No,
way? Or could the
it's-
city just say, you know what? Because of everything we're doing right now in electrification and EV promotion, we're just going to stop charging that unlucky last person who triggered the transformer upgrade and just upgrade the transformer, because that's what we do as a city and as a utility.
Yeah, that's the direction we're heading. We're working on that this fall.
Yay. Yeah, I especially want to call out great work on the multifamily residential charging programs. That's where it's been so much progress since the last time. I appreciate that you've been playing the long game there and really working with all the stakeholders, and a request for next time. It would be great to see not just the number of properties, but the number of units and the number of chargers that are at each of those stages, just because it's great to see the data. And I want to say I'm especially appreciative that you've included L1 charging, because I think that's a really powerful solution to have a lot of L1 charging and a smaller number of L2 shared charges. I think that can really make things work. Hold on one second. Oh, and my last question is, has there been any discussion of electrifying any of the city's vehicles? It feels like that would be a
Yes,
great
I can.
target.
Yeah, so last year, Public Works worked with a consultant to do a fleet study, a fleet analysis, fleet electrification study. And what they found was, not all vehicles at this time can be electrified. And then there's a huge cost component and budget constraints. But the general rule of thumb is whenever a gas-powered light-duty vehicle, so regular sedan, comes to retirement, will be replaced by an EV. It'll be a long time before 100% of the fleet can become electric. And a lot of people talk about, we have goals to make our fleets all electric by XYZ. But for utility, we have a lot of special vehicles. The good news is a lot of our vehicles do not travel many miles. So it's not like we need super large battery packs that go long range of over 300 miles. So we need to kind of watch what the market makes available.
Has the city engaged with in any discussions with the school district about electrifying school buses?
We have in the past. Their sustainability position is no longer there, so we don't really have a contact, and their facility manager retired during COVID. So that is something that we'd like to reestablish relationships and communication with, especially about electric school buses, which in a lot of countries are being used for things like charging them up using solar during the day. And that these battery packs tend to be really big. So what kind of they can also be utilized for helping the grid at certain emergencies of using the electricity stored in those giant school buses. So that is something that, we definitely like to explore.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments? I just had a couple. Do you want to go? Just a couple of things. This is, just repeat that this is really good information. It's exciting to see the progress. I had a couple questions. One for renters who are not in multi-family units. I don't know what percent that is. I just know about just under half of all residents are renters. I don't know how many are in single family homes and if there's any kind of challenge with that population. And well, we can start with that.
Yeah, that's going to be a challenge for all of our EV programs and our building electrification programs. It's something that we're starting to talk about in the context of building electrification right now. And the solutions are definitely challenging. I mean, at the very least, we're talking about making sure that renters have information that they can provide to their landlords about the city's programs. I think more exotic things we can look at are ways that renters and landlords could agree on how certain facilities are funded. And then there are state laws that I think we need to familiarize ourselves about a little bit more that give renters some leverage in making sure that landlords do provide those types of facilities. I think particularly around vehicles, but that's something we need to look into a little bit more. And being able to use those state laws might be a way that we can approach this. Hiromi, do you have anything you want to add there?
That is a customer segment that is not easy, but I also think even a renter can plug into a 120 volt outlet. So I think that, our focus really needs to be, raising the awareness about level 1 charging is no joke. That it doesn't mean you should delay getting an EV because you don't have a level 2 charger at your house that you're renting.
Yeah, that's a good point. And then with the permitting, and this just sort of goes to a bigger question. It seems like there's some delays in permitting. I don't know if you're the right people to ask, but if there's any barriers that we can remove or reduce, or pain points that can be less painful, obviously, and to the extent anything that the UAC can help with, that would be, I think hopefully, useful for everyone.
So I would like to say, as someone who's trying to get these in the ground, I would always think, oh, permitting. But, the more I learn, the more I do feel like it is going smoothly. But we need to understand that there's so many different people, so many different departments and divisions that need to review these high voltage installations. So it's not something that can be done very quickly. Yes, we've had issues in the past and had customers complain, but what I'm seeing now, for example, the Stanford Hospital permit submission, I've been following that like a hawk, but there are like 8 different people or 8 different desks that it has to go through, whether it's utilities, engineering, fire, public works, maybe. I mean, there are a lot of people that need to sign off before a permit can be issued. And I'm not seeing any big stumbling blocks there.
Yeah, and I think when you see things taking 2 years, it can often feel like it's a 2-year permitting issue. And these are just very complicated installations. It takes us a very long time even to just get these in the door. You can see from this list here, there are a whole bunch of stages that have to happen, and this slide collapses some of the work that we do with the owners, into a single line, and it's actually 5 studies and site visits and analyses and a lot of talking with the owners. The pandemic has also had a major impact on the pace. You know, we, like Hiromi said, we kicked this program off just before the pandemic, and construction just slowed down. The last thing I'll say about it is that this is actually, the pace for this program is on par with what we're seeing with, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, but with PG&E's program, where they're actually doing the installs in the multifamily buildings, and it takes them 2 years to get through one of these. They're just complex installations in a lot of ways. That's why we are trying to keep a whole funnel of projects moving forward, so that you know, within a couple of years' time, we're actually going to see a real expansion in access starting to some momentum starting to accumulate there.
Great. That's great to hear. Two other thoughts. I think one is with the charters that are put in schools or other public places, are those available to the public outside of school hours or library hours? Well, I guess library is always public, but.
Yeah, the libraries are done by Public Works, and those are available 24/7. The ones that have been installed at the schools, we have talked to the school district to see if they'd be willing to open them to the public, which we would love. But, you know, each site has its own set of issues, and it has a lot to do with safety. For example, at Green Middle School, they were installed kind of like behind the main building, so they're not facing Middlefield. And the school district is concerned that, you know, at night, if someone goes and charges and if something happens, then what? So they're a little bit wary about that. Some of their other sites, we've talked about Pally too. It's kind of like behind the main buildings by the train tracks. It's something we bring up every opportunity. Some of the other nonprofits are open to having their EV chargers available to the community 24/7, like all of the places of worship. I mean, they're so welcoming, and they're like, yes, once we get them installed, they'll be available for a community. So every church and synagogue that we're talking to is willing to have them open to everyone in the neighborhood.
That's great. And then maybe food for thought, if such a small number of level 2 charger installations are pulling permits, maybe we just take away the $300 fee and get rid of the barrier. And really, I mean, we really want the permits, right, for safety and for information. So why don't, it's something, food for thought. And then the other thing we haven't talked about is as California gets more, passes more legislation about EVs, there's the dollars, which hopefully we'll get, but also hopefully the mind share and just the reality there are going to be fewer combustion engine cars available here. So
that's our hope as well.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks so much. It's like I just pop up when I have something to ask. Ms. Kelty, it's really exciting to see how much has happened. I remember hearing about this, and there's an awful lot of things that have happened. And what I'm curious about is, what have you learned? What have you learned from these 6 completed projects? I feel like we make these assumptions that people charge, they drive somewhere during the day and then they come back and charge at night. And, are there things that are surprising that should inform how we think about these programs going forward?
I think the first one is, I keep warning Jonathan that every one of these sites, there's drama. I mean, nothing is ever straightforward. I'm looking forward to the day when we have like a set recipe of how to do this. Right now, every site has its own set of challenges that we need to work through. The other day, Shiva and I and the electrician and our consultant and our engineers, we were at a site and it was super hot and 10 adults trying to problem solve. And it's not easy. Every single site has challenges. We are learning from each of them. But I think it's really important. The work we're doing is really important. An example is this large multifamily property we visited on that same hot day, and it has 100+ units, nice condos. One owner decided he wanted a Tesla charger in his parking space and spent over $10,000 to put the charger in. Not a big deal, right? You go into the electrical room, look at the conduit that he needed to pull and the crisscrossing that happens. And if you get 20 of your residents doing that, it's just unfathomable. So to be able to work with our customers in a cohesive way to plan for the future, I think is really important. The other thing is, you know, when we say 9 permits submitted, every single one we're jumping up and down because every single one has taken over 2 years to get them to actually submit the paperwork. It's like, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? And there's always something. So every single one takes a lot more patience than we think. And also, I think every single project will require a lot more staff time and attention than what we initially ever imagined.
Hiromi, can I share a few of the
Yes.
challenges and insights that you've shared with me? So I think one of the lessons learned is reflected in here, this focus on that it doesn't all have to be level 2. Level 1 can, and this is reflected in what Hiromi talked about in the 101 Alma project, that level 1 chargers can provide real value. And so we've shifted the program to focus on that. I think we have fewer insights on charging behavior, in part because I think of an earlier insight of the high cost of fees associated with the more complex chargers that allow for in-depth tracking. And we wanted to get chargers out there. The data is nice to have, but it's more important that people are doing the charging. So we've gotten a little bit less information, I think, about charging behavior than we'd like. And there's probably some research we need to do on that. There was one more I wanted to talk about that's unfortunately escaping my mind, but there have been a lot of lessons learned, and we've made a lot of small adjustments to the program based on the, I think parking is another, the challenges of configuring parking to add chargers, especially when you talk about ADA requirements in smaller buildings, that can actually be a real challenge. So that's something that we've wrestled with as well. And then building for the future is the last lesson learned that's reflected in this slide deck and in the program.
Well, I just want to encourage staff to, to the extent you can with the SCAP and when this comes forward to council, concisely describe the complexity of this, because I think everyone knows it's harder. But maybe even just walking through one site, a visual always helps to be like, here's what we have to do site by site by site. Personally, it's just wonderful to hear that we're doing this. But I think everybody needs to appreciate the effort that our staff is putting in. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Are there any other comments or questions? Well, thank you for a really great presentation, robust discussion. I appreciate it. And I think we're going to take like a 6-minute break. So if everyone comes back at 8:10, we'll see you then. Okay, we're back in session with the UAC meeting. And our next item is the amendment to the bylaws to update the meeting times to conform with the new election schedule that we have already implemented, and changing the timing for submitting information for an agenda item. Is there any discussion from legal on this? Tabitha, is there
No,
any?
there is not. And there is no staff presentation on this, other than I was just gonna talk a little bit, just a real quick about this is the update from the council's wanting to put all of the commissions on the same timeline. So as we have talked in the past about changing a few of the other items in the bylaws, that we had talked about the new start time, the election cycle, also talking about some of the two ad hoc committee commissions timelines on that. And then also too is that we changed where it took two commissioners to put anything on to the 12-month calendar to just a commissioner can put anything on the if it's agreed upon with the rest of the commission, put it on the 12-month rolling calendar at that point. So the changes, as you can see, are in red. The one exception of packet page number 76, 7.7, it's crossed out in blue and then with the S on the commissioners for allowing the review for the 12-month calendar.
Thank you. And I should ask if there's any public comment on this.
If there's any public who wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand, or if you're on a cell phone, hit *9. I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Are there any commissioner comments on this? Vice Chair Johnston.
So all of these changes look fine to me. I had one question though about, we have in section 7.1, we say that anything that for the agenda, the agenda is closed basically the Monday that's 9 days prior to the meeting, and I understand that. But in section 7.6, when we were talking about colleagues' memos, it says it should be provided to the director by noon 7 days prior to the commission meeting. So I wonder if there isn't a disconnect there between the timing required in 7.1 and the 7 days in section 7.6. I just think they need to be consistent.
Vice Chair Johnston, this is Tabitha Boatwright, the Utilities Administrative Assistant. Yes, that was an oversight. That will be corrected. The minutes will reflect the corrected amendment at the motion.
Just so we're clear, thank you for that, but how will it be corrected?
The colleagues' memo will be due 9 days as well as the regular agenda.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Forcell.
Can I ask, where did that change come from? How was it decided, the recommendation to do 9 days instead of 7 days?
So the thought process actually was with you, Chair Forcell, when you were the chair, and that we talked about that giving more time for the commissioners to be able to look at the packet period. Because if you remember, it was going to go out on a Wednesday. And then we pushed it to the 9 days to give more time for everybody to review the packets that were going to go out. Because if you look at where that actually changed at was, if you look at the 7.1 on packet 75, it talks about in the very last sentence, it talked to items accepted after 12 p.m. of the Wednesday preceding the Monday. We were sending out the packet actually out on that Wednesday before 1 week only. So we decided that we wanted to give a little extra time. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I don't actually remember it, which is not to say it didn't happen that way. I just think it's a useful discussion now that we've got 7 commissioners to ask the commissioners how much time do we all need? Because I think the flip side of that is just closing the agenda that much sooner. And what I do remember is we were picking what day the chair, vice chair, and you should meet. And we were going earlier and earlier so that if we had changes to the agenda, there was still time to incorporate those changes. So now if we're doing 9 days instead of 7, then the chair and vice chair have to meet with you even earlier to discuss the agenda in case some changes need to be made. So I don't know, it's not clear to me that it's I guess I just like to hear from the other commissioners. Like for me, I don't need more than 7 days to read it. Do any other commissioners have any thought? Commissioner Scharf?
Yeah, I would support Commissioner Forcell on that. I think 7 days is fine. I think going the extra days, I do think that becomes an issue for the chair and vice chair.
Commissioner Bowie?
7 days has been fine for me. That's all.
And Vice Chair Johnston?
I'm fine with the 7 days to get the packet, but I'm still, the question is, can the agenda be closed the same day that the packet is sent out? Or does there have to be some time to let the staff kind of put together any last minute information and get it out 7 days before our meeting?
This is Tabitha Boatwright. So essentially, for the past 2 years, the chair and vice chair have been meeting with the director and the assistant director of utilities, essentially the Thursday 2 weeks prior to the meeting. That has given me and staff the Friday and the weekend to make any necessary changes that came out of that meeting. Monday, the 9 days prior to the actual meeting, is when the commissions have been receiving the e-packet. That is also when it goes live on the website. Their paper packets for those commissioners who actually receive a paper packet are delivered the following morning, that Tuesday. Council actually has their packets delivered 11 days early. So if you all agree that you want to go to 7 days, that means your e-packet will be released on Wednesday, exactly a week prior to your meeting. And your paper packets, if you choose to have paper packets, will be delivered Thursday morning. This gives you Thursday, Friday, the weekend, and Monday, Tuesday to review your packets. If that's sufficient time, I will definitely make that edit in the bylaws and continue with the choice that you've made.
So if I'm understanding correctly, really it's our time to review is the only, we're the only ones who are impacted by the time change. It doesn't help staff one way or the other.
I just add that also members of the public. So just the other thing to keep in mind is, so I'm not making a recommendation. I'm just saying that that's the other constituency that needs time to review the information.
Actually, thank you, Councilmember Cormack. That's an important, that's actually important feedback. I personally am comfortable leaving it at 9 days if it doesn't seem to really impact anyone except the public and the commissioners, and I don't see any reason to cut short that time if there's no upside to it.
I suspect the majority of us are fine either way. I was reacting to just the closing of the agenda, that you have less flexibility. And before, when I was vice chair and Michael Danaher was the chair, we used to meet only 1 week before the meeting. And there wasn't enough time to make changes if changes came up in the meeting. But to Tabitha's point, if, if the cadence of meeting 2 weeks in advance is working, then 9 days can be functional as well. I'm curious, we have some members of the public right here, if you have thoughts on, if you care, how much time you need to read the packet.
Okay, I think we solved the problem by meeting earlier. And that really does help give us some flexibility with setting the agenda and revising the agenda before it goes out. So that was the solution to a challenge that you faced earlier, Commissioner Forcell. And I actually prefer them more to provide a little more time, because I really appreciate giving that time to the public. So I would actually go with the proposal here personally, but unless there's some great pushback.
The concept of actually adding it to the bylaws was, this is the way we've been doing it since early 2019. It was simply, it hadn't been an issue to change the bylaws. However, since the city council and the city clerk shifted the election of the commissioners, we needed to make that change. We figured we would make the actual change of anything else that needed to be corrected.
Commissioner Scharf.
Yeah, I actually changed my mind on that then. I actually was under the impression that we were changing it from 7 days to 9 days in terms of practice, if we've been doing it for 9 days, it seems to have been working. I'm fine with them going to the 9 days to make it official, what we've actually been doing since, Tabitha, what did you say? Since what, 2019?
Yes, since March of 2019.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's probably appropriate. I just didn't see why we would shorten what we were already doing, but if we're actually doing that already, I think we should just, I'm voting for the status quo. How's that?
Thanks. And Vice Chair Johnston.
Thank you. And I'm fine with the 9 days. I just want to focus on the timing of when the agenda is closed. In other words, the last time to actually submit something for the agenda, and when the packet goes out. As I read this, the agenda will be getting closed on Monday, 10 days or 9 days prior to the meeting, and the packet would go out the same day. That seems like a physical challenge.
Actually, since all of the staff reports are complete and already in the packet, the Friday after the chair and vice chair meet, since the chair and vice chair meet on Thursday, I have that Friday to make any adjustments. If anything happens, we have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday. If nothing happens, the packet is already together and it simply goes out into an email to the commissioners and it goes on the website. So the packet's already complete the Thursday before. The packet would go out that Monday.
But in the case of a colleague's memo, section 7.6, you would be okay getting that on Monday, the same day you're going to send the packet out.
Yes, the goal would be that I am already aware of the colleagues memo. Currently, we have a colleagues memo on the agenda for this evening. I was aware that there was going to be a colleagues memo. So if I have that information, I can prepare for it. I can make a space on the agenda. It's a simple matter of receiving the actual memo and putting it into the packet.
Okay, that's great. I just want to make sure everybody was clear on that and that would work for you.
Any other comments? Do we have a motion to accept the changes as proposed in the packet?
I move to accept the changes with the amendment that we discussed, that the
Oh, with the correction thing.
The
Yeah.
correction.
I'll second with the correction that in 7.6, it say 9 instead of 7 days.
And Commissioner Smith? Do you approve?
I do approve.
Thank Commissioner Bowie,
Yes. I approve.
Vice Chair Johnston,
Approved.
Commissioner Scharf,
Yeah, yes, approve.
Commissioner Forcell,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
and I approve as well. Great, and now we will turn to the colleagues memo. My understanding is what the action item is whether or not we are going to approve presenting this colleagues memo to City Council on our joint meeting on September 19th. Are there any public comments?
Chair Siegel, this is Tabitha Boatright, the Utilities Administrative Assistant. We do have 3 public comments. Our first is Jeff Hole, followed by Herb Burrock. They are present in the community meeting room. The third one would be Hamilton Hutchings.
So last meeting, Councilmember Cormack suggested that UAC sort of up-level its recommendation rather than getting into all the nitty-gritty details. So I had some thoughts about what you might want to do there. One of the important reasons for doing the citywide fiber to the premises, I think, is maybe categorized as civic pride. We're the birthplace of Silicon Valley, and it just doesn't make sense that we have so-so or worse internet connections. The website says we have a full suite of municipal utilities, including electric, gas, water, wastewater, and fiber. And these days, I think just having a dark fiber network doesn't count as a full suite service. One of the reasons we might want to have such a network is we have control over what it does. For example, privacy. A few years ago, AT&T was saying, if you don't want us to mine your data as part of the service, you have to pay us extra. They have since changed that policy, but the FCC is not going to watch over this, and they could change it back whenever they want to. Reliability. A few years ago, AT&T had an outage in Texas that affected 1 million customers. Surely we can do better than that. Customer service. Sonic is one of the companies that gets to use AT&T's wires if they want, which is great. Sonic provides great customer service. But on the other hand, a couple of years ago, Sonic was asking everyone to write to their Congress people to prevent companies like AT&T from forbidding companies like Sonic to use their wires. And FCC isn't real good at regulation of telecom. They're sort of philosophically opposed to it. An example of another utility where control is important is our electric utility. We wouldn't be able to do electrification at all if PG&E were the provider. Another point, symmetrical speed is important to us these days. Many of the services offered by the incumbents are asymmetrical. And in particular, Comcast's, they say you can get a gigabit down and 35 megabits up. But if a lot of people on the same coax segment are asking for a service at the same time, no way can you get even close to that. But with the fiber to the home system, it's a lot more feasible to get close to what the customer paid for. A point, the FCC wants to do facilities-based competition. That's their philosophical point of view. So the people who say, we've already got one system, so we don't need any more, haven't explained how we could get competition. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyle. Mr. Borak?
Good evening, Chair Siegel and Commissioners, and thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, Commissioner Metz, Commissioner Smith for bringing this proposal before you. I expressed my concern that the meeting next Monday joint session is a study session. It's not an item where typically actions are taken, and that while it's good to take a position in favor of city-owned fiber to the home, which some of us have been doing for a long time, I would prefer to have more detailed questions answered at the study session of what the system's going to look like. I mean, we came in and said we should have underground our utilities because it's a wonderful thing to do, and I would agree with you. And then I'll find out, but somehow it's never going to get to my neighborhood. Or if you said it, repairing the sidewalks at a certain standard and say, well, we can't finish the city as quickly as we want to, so we'll do a lower standard for the rest of the city. And when that's done, we'll come back and finish it to the higher standard. And when that point came, the new council was not bound by the previous council, and so they didn't do that. And it seems to me that we need to know what the system really would look like to say it's doing what we want out of a city-owned system. One concern I have is from the spreadsheets that depending upon the take rate, it might take a very long time because the proposal is to fund in part by the revenues that are coming in from the earlier neighborhoods that are being served. And the assumptions are based on the return of the survey, but there's no particular reason to think that we have a random sample from the 20-odd thousand people who came in and who received the questionnaires. We're just assuming and calculating statistical confidence levels and saying, oh, well, this is very good numbers, whatever it is, 40%. It would be if the people who were responding were like the people who didn't respond. And I suspect it's quite different. And then there's the technology, the kinds of optronics. The words symmetrical service are used, and they say it's not going to be like the other ones, which is up to so many megabits per second. And in the colleague's memo, I've seen the word synchronous used, which I'm not familiar with being used as the same as symmetrical, whether it means something else. But the question is, I would like to know what the optronics are, the kinds of questions you would get answered in the study session. Just take me for one customer from their customer premises equipment, and then it's connected to a node, what's there, and show me how that's going to give me the rated bandwidth, regardless of how many people, how many customers are using that node at the same time. I can understand if it's active Ethernet, it's what I have in the customer premises equipment, and at the other end, at the central office, that will give me a certain amount of guaranteed bandwidth. In a passive optical network with wave division multiplexing, I can know that wavelength going to my premises will do it. But if someone is using, and they haven't told us yet, GPON, are they really going to have a system with those splitters that's going to do that? So I think we need more detail to get that before advocating for a specific thing. Was we make that advocating something at the top, but when we finally get, not everybody gets, and it's not exactly what you thought you were going to get. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bork. And our next speaker, Mr. Hutchins.
Hello. Currently, both AT&T and Comcast Xfinity have a multi-year head start over CPAU rolling out fiber to the home for Palo Alto residents. CPAU estimates that once their fiber rollout begins, it will take 4 years to roll out to the entire city. The City of Palo Alto survey found that residents' top 3 requirements were price, speed, and reliability. The CPAU will basically offer the same price and speed as AT&T is offering today, and much more expensive at the top higher tiers than AT&T. I have AT&T, it's reliable, I get a gig up and down, and I don't have any outages. Bottom line, CPAU is not offering improvements over what AT&T offers today, except for $5 less on their bottom tier. In terms of take rate, I agree with Councilmember McCormack that one challenge with the survey is that folks who responded were more likely to want city-provided fiber. Of the survey respondents, only 7.3% were very unsatisfied and 22% were somewhat unsatisfied. With 67% of the total respondents using Xfinity, that means the majority of dissatisfied respondents can switch to AT&T if they want to switch at all. The assumption built into the financial models that justified the city were that the majority of people would not switch to AT&T, or all of them, they would switch to the CPAU instead. And I think that's a highly unrealistic assumption. This means the assumption of the take rates are overly optimistic. Furthermore, with over half the current subscribers using bundled phone or cable television, that reduces the likelihood of the population switching and reduces the total take rate further. Part of the value of the proposition is that CPAU will be able to offer highly reliable and much more reliable service than AT&T or Comcast. However, there have been 8 major outages of the CPAU electric utilities this year. Both AT&T and Comcast have far more experience operating reliable fiber optic networks, and it's pure speculation as to whether CPAU will eventually be able to offer more reliable fiber optic network, but it's unlikely to be significantly more reliable than AT&T's. CPAU has huge staffing issues for electrification, and it's not close to being properly funded. Trying to roll out fiber at the same time will be a big distraction. I do agree with the colleague's memo that if fiber is pursued, it should be outsourced since it's a large cost savings and is easier to adjust if the number of subscribers comes in lower, thus lowering risk. The lower cost also allows you to keep your plan rates lower for customers. The big risk is the highly optimistic assumption of high take rates. I think a take rate of 30% is overly optimistic, and 15 to 20% take rate is much more realistic. This would mean the service does not break even financially. I think the service is purely duplicative and a financial risk, and thus should not be pursued. If the only fiber service provider was Comcast, I think pursuing it would make sense. But considering there are 2 competitive commercial service providers already offering the service, I don't think it's a good idea, especially given the financial risks. Just a couple more quick comments before I wrap up. I'm about to wrap up. AT&T Fiber allows connectivity even when there's a total city power outage, as long as I power my home fiber modem, whether that's by solar or UPS home backup. I think it's important that Magellan Design also provides this capability. I also think subsidies for low-income residents for internet access should be provided by the city and not tied to whether we pursue fiber. Given the huge need for capital to build electric in the coming years, I don't think the $10 million should be transferred from electric to fiber and that amount should be minimized. Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll consider keeping an open mind as to whether we pursue fiber or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hitchings. Is there any other public comment? So I don't know, are we getting any presentation? And Vice Chair Johnson and Commissioner Smith and Metz, did you have any thoughts you wanted to share? And again, our goal is really not to to discuss the whole memo, but really about how we will use it with City Council, and that could be whether we want to change, add any comments or ask you to add anything. But
Okay. Commissioner Smith, would you like to address? We did not plan a presentation, but certainly I would think we could answer questions. What?
Sure. Did you have anything to add, Commissioner Smith? Your hands up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Metz. We did not prepare anything other than the Commissioner memo, just to echo what Commissioner Metz just shared. I'm happy to address some of our findings and how we aligned around the memo that we presented. To your point, Chair, I think what we are simply offering is a way forward, and that is that the UAC recommend that City Council authorize CPAU to continue to our public's comments, to continue their investigation, to continue their research, to continue their design, and to continue the work on the financial model associated. And I think that was the recommendation. If you read the recommendation in the second paragraph, I think that sums up nicely what we would like. And that's what we're proposing.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Johnson, did you want to add to that?
I did, just to follow on Commissioner Smith's comments. I mean, our point here was, the UAC as a whole, the fiber subcommittee has spent a good deal of time now reviewing Magellan proposals. In preparation for the study session, our goal was not to preempt the study session by any means. Our goal was to basically give, our view at this point, given all that we've looked at, should we proceed forward or not? And we believe the answer is yes. And we thought it would be helpful to the discussion with the City Council if the UAC could indicate its view at this point. We didn't see another way to kind of do that as a formal matter. So that was the purpose for the memo.
Thanks, I appreciate it. And it's clear there's a lot of time that was put into the memo. Commissioner Scharf.
Yeah, so I felt like Commissioner Johnson was saying something different than Commissioner Smith. And when I read the memo, I'm totally on board with what Commissioner Smith said, which was, I would like them to continue to investigate this, move forward, refine the models, that kind of stuff. Whereas, and maybe I misunderstood Commissioner Johnson, but it sounds like the way I read this is that we're recommending that we do it. That's different than continuing to.
I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say that we recommend to continue move forward. I mean, it's exactly what the sentence in the memo says. That was our desire.
Right. I would like some sense in there that we would continue to proceed forward with plans to offer fiber-based broadband throughout the city network and city-owned internet service to all Palo Alto residents. I think we should say something in there like, proceed forward with investigating and developing. I don't know, it just sounds like a little like we've made the decision that they should do this. And
Can I suggest language like take next steps?
Yes, that would be great. That would be great. I would be all totally on board because I want to take next steps. I want to continue to move this forward, but I don't want to say yes until we have a little more information.
Maybe it's take next steps, to investigate or something, but like plans, proceed forward with plans to offer. I also completely misread that or I read that as, let's allocate 85 million in full speed ahead, which it doesn't sound like we're ready for. I completely agree. We want to we want to take next steps and keep understanding the engineering design or move forward with the engineering design and understand the business case better, understand which neighborhoods are served by the incumbents and all those things, data collection as the next steps.
So I'm thinking something like, we recommend that the UAC recommend to the Palo Alto City Council that the council authorize CPAU to take next steps to further evaluate plans to offer fiber-based broadband services, something like that. That's a lot of language that says the same thing, but maybe it's just to further evaluate and we don't even need to take next steps. Commissioner Smith, did you have a thought?
Yeah, I applaud the comments. And by all means, I just want to echo that I don't think any one of the three of us had any intention that we would move forward at this time without further investigation or research. But might I suggest that we simply delete with plans and put in place, and this is just an idea, taking next steps. So it would read, authorize CPAU to proceed forward, taking next steps to offer fiber-based broadband services, et cetera.
I think we just leave it as CPAU to take next steps or something, or to evaluate further. I guess what I'm reacting to is, I just want to be clear, this is still in the evaluation phase, and yeah, we want to dig deeper into it, but that's the clarity that that's the part I got a little tripped up on with the original language. And maybe you had a different idea when you wrote the colleagues memo. I don't know, but.
No, I think we really are saying all the same things. I won't speak for my colleagues, but from my own personal impression, I think we were truly looking for the UAC to come behind this, as we have done in the past, and say, let's research it. Let's continue the work. We engaged through CPAU, we engaged Magellan. We still have more work to do. Magellan has still more work to do. City Council absolutely have a significant amount of work in front of them when it comes to this. And we're just offering our perspective based upon where they're at today, where CPAU and Magellan are at today.
Okay, so what about something like authorize CPAU to further evaluate offering fiber-based broadband services through a city-owned FTTP, et cetera?
In other words, just delete with plans.
To proceed forward with plans, and I've crossed it out so many times. I can't
What
read.
about if we said that we authorize CPA to take next steps towards offering fiber-based broadband services? I mean, that's
even better.
I guess okay. Well,
Can I ask a question before we further debate the language? Where are we at with Magellan? What work do they have left to do on their current plan?
This is Dave Yen, Utility Strategic Business Manager. I think they're about 92% done with the engineering design. They still have another 1,400 poles to survey, mostly in rear as easements. So that's what's left of the engineering design. And regarding the financial models and business models, I think they're waiting to hear back from UAC and council on what the next steps or guidance are, and they'll refine it as needed.
Will Magellan be presenting at the joint session?
Yes, John Honker and one of his staff will be there in person.
Okay.
And where are we at with some of the things that we have asked about, like, I think somebody called it a heat map, but you know, some sort of indication of which neighborhoods are served how well by the incumbents?
I think we may have asked for that one, but we'll check. I thought we had presented that in the beginning for the reason, but maybe it was a long time
Just
ago.
to sidetrack a little bit on that issue, and it's come up with the community comments today, my very unscientific evaluation has been that AT&T fiber is available in areas where they still have above ground electric poles. And so I think that's something we should clarify, because that does complicate the idea of rolling out the first services offered to communities that already, or neighborhoods that have above ground poles, because they'll be competing pretty dead on with AT&T. And anyway, so I'll just leave it there. But
I guess maybe I'm just have really poor memory, but I don't feel like the UAC has been presented that information in one of our past meetings. That's why I'm asking.
I thought we did. I think it was part of the market assessment in the very preliminary meetings. I think they analyzed and said that Comcast passes throughout the whole city, and AT&T fiber passes around 25% of the city. So AT&T fiber is not available to the majority of the city as of right now.
okay, thanks. Okay, I guess what we need to do is vote on some language that says we approve presenting this memo to city council as part of what that's my understanding, right, Tabitha, as part of what we're providing for our meeting on the 19th. I don't know technically how it works if we want to modify what the language is in the memo, because the memo has a proposal in it, or if we need to just separately have whatever language, and this comes as it's written, because it's already in their packet.
I could pull something up on the screen right now if you guys want to put together some language of the proposal, if that's all you're changing. And then
Right, I mean, I just, this is already in your packet, and so.
So
I don't think it's in
Chair
their
Siegel,
packet.
so this is not.
It
so this
wasn't
is-
in their packet,
So
okay.
we wanted to hold this meeting tonight to see if anybody wanted to make changes from the commission. And then the idea was that we were going to send it as a late packet
Oh, okay.
for, I guess that's next week, the 19th. This, yes, we go tomorrow. So we can make changes.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
Like goes late packet.
I'm a little bit confused. Oh, sorry. May I speak? I'm a little confused on whether we're like, I'm fine with the council seeing this memo as authored by Commissioners Johnston, Metz, and Smith. I'm a little wary of saying I agree with everything in the memo. So I don't know. So that leaves me with, I don't know what I'm supposed to vote. Like, I'm happy for council to see it as authored by them, but I don't feel like putting my own name on as co-author, because I still have some reservations. So
yeah, I mean, that's better.
Help me understand what to do with that.
I think that's okay as well, it's fine as long as you guys vote to approve being presented by just a subcommittee and not by the full UAC.
Can we do something that says the UAC, whoever votes for it, approves presenting this memo and wants council to understand that this may or may not reflect the full UAC's position, and it's coming from the subcommittee? Can we do something like that as our motion? And that way this is what it is and it's coming from them and it's right, because we're not going to rehash this whole memo. It's a colleague's memo and it is what it is. But the way it's written maybe suggests
Can I suggest that we stated and come across as a memo from the subcommittee, but I would suggest that we state it in a more positive way, that the UAC established a subcommittee. Subcommittee did all this research and came back with unanimous conclusion, which was A and B and C, which we just talked about, and that's it.
I appreciate that, but I guess my hesitation is that I don't know that I want to adopt everything that's in this memo to reflect upon me. So it may have been a unanimous decision by the subcommittee, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the work that went into it, and I don't want to in any way take away from that. But I just want it to be clear that it's the voice of a minority of the commission. And we're not here today to be discussing the content. And so it makes it a little awkward for those of us who aren't on the subcommittee, I guess is where I'm coming from.
I would adopt Chair Siegel's point. I mean, otherwise we'd have to rehash. It's 9 o'clock. We're supposed to be ending at 9 o'clock. I think it's the only thing that makes sense is to say that subcommittee we approve the subcommittee presenting this to the full council, but it may not reflect the views of the rest of the UAC. I mean, frankly, if we were going to hash out this memo and come up with a memo for the entire, it would take us at least another hour and a half at least.
Or a lot longer.
Or a lot longer. I mean,
anyway,
I think the only thing we can do, given the time constraints, is do what Commissioner Siegel or Chair Siegel just said.
Well, could we also say, if it's true, that the UAC does recommend that council approve taking next steps towards offering fiber-based broadband, or what? In other words, it's not an endorsement of the memo, but it is an endorsement of the direction.
You know, as I rethink about it, I actually think that's what Monday night is about, and it's not really fair to the public either, for that matter, as I think about it more, to go much further than to say, we approve including this in the packet for city council. It reflects the subcommittee's work and views, and that we discuss it publicly on Monday, because it's really not what's agendized for tonight. That would be my proposal.
Are you going to make that as a motion?
Yes. So sure, I move that we approve presenting the memo as written to city council with a cover note that says the UAC unanimously approved presenting this to city council, but the content of the memo may not reflect the unanimous views of the UAC.
Or you could just say the UAC full UAC hasn't had a chance to vet the contents of the memo.
That's fine too.
Just one comment. I'd hold out the word unanimous until after we vote.
Well, yeah, fair, for sure. Yeah, so, okay, fair. We may not, okay, so that the UAC, well, if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. But if the UAC approves presenting the memo to the city council, and the full UAC has not had an opportunity to fully, what was that you said, Greg?
I said fully vet the memo.
Fully vet, that's fine. So approve presenting the memo as written to council with the covenant of UAC approve presentment of the memo, and notes that the full UAC or commission has not had an opportunity. What's that? No, what was that? or that's fine too, has not yet taken a position on the
Yeah,
comp
that's probably
plan.
better.
Just has not yet taken.
Yeah, it's not yet taken a position.
Thank you. That's great. Okay, so
May I add one?
please,
Can we call it the subcommittee memo?
presenting the colleagues, yeah, the fiber subcommittee. We don't, oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think we need as written. I just think we can say approve presenting the UAC fiber subcommittee memo to council with a cover note that UAC approved presentment approved. Cover note.
May I suggest we strike from the word with through the
Just add
word
note.
memo that follows after with? So it'll go to council and note that the full UAC has not yet taken a position.
Right. No,
No.
but it's the second and note, delete that. It's all the way, it's that whole clause. No.
No.
Yeah, so go down, delete all the way. Keep going. And then instead of with, do and. Okay. So I move that we approve presenting the UAC fiber subcommittee memo to council and note that the full UAC has not yet taken a position.
And I'll second.
Okay. Vice Chair Johnston.
I guess I'm disappointed, but I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Scharf,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowie,
I will vote yes with great gratitude for the subcommittee for all the work that went in here. And I do look forward to when we reach that point, but yes.
thank you. And Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes, but also I'd like to just express thanks, particularly to our chair, Commissioner Smith. You know, in any of these sorts of things, there's always, everybody contributes, but there's always one person who does the heavy lifting, and he was it in that one. So thank you.
and for many years. And Commissioner Forcell.
Yeah, I vote yes. And since we're all adding on to our votes, I would say any additional information and data that the subcommittee had, I would love to have access to it as well. Thanks.
Yeah, and I vote yes with also great appreciation for all the hard work that you put into this and through the season. Okay, so that passes. And now we move on to,
So if I could add one more thing to that. So the idea was, the way that this was going to roll is that I'll introduce the topic that night. And then the subcommittee will then have an opportunity to speak to their memo. And then I'll continue down through the agenda portion of it. So they'll have an opportunity to speak to the council.
excellent, that was my understanding as well. And now you're on, Director Batchelor.
Yes, sorry for being so late in the evening, and I know this topic is very important to all of you as well as to myself. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the recent outages that we have, some of the changes that we are putting in place, some of the longer term pieces that we will have, and so over this past year, we've had 19 unplanned outages, and 8 of them have been considered to be a size due to a large impact. And the way that we looked at the impact portion of it is that it's 500 customers or more. So I think that the way that we looked at this is that 500 customers or more seem to be a large outage portion of it. And some of the actions to improve is very important to us is in the improvement in the communications and how we're going to move forward with this. Our struggles have been a little bit on the after hours and on the weekends, on how we get the communications out to the public. But with some new ideas and some new plans that I'll talk about here shortly, I think that we're going to be able to move forward with this. One of the challenges have been is that some of these outages have been early morning portions of it. And we don't update our website, or we don't go to Twitter out until 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, or maybe in this last one, we didn't even put the closure portion in. So it is not a staffing challenge at this point. The thing is that not to make excuses, but we've have only 2 communications people. They rotate their on-call portions. But we've realized that that just isn't working. So we have moved forward that we are doing some additional training next week with our operators, as well as having more people on call that will be able to take over the reins of how we're going to put information up on the website. So the first thing is that once a operator gets the call that there's an outage of greater than 500 customers, the first thing that they will do before they even come in to the UCC will be is that they will actually put it out on the website, that we're aware that there's an outage. Crews are on their way in. If we have customer count, we'll be able to put the customer count up right away. ETA is not going to be, it'll probably be TB at that period of time, because again, we're not having a chance to roll out to the site. But as soon as the crews are on site, we can get some information back up. Then at that point, we'll be able to fill in some more information at that point. It'll go out on Twitter, as well as Twitter actually updates our website for us. So the same message that goes out on Twitter will also go out on the website. And then the map, the outage map, actually populates automatically from the OMS, the outage management system that we have in place today. Next slide, please. So starting off on September 5th, we had a long outage. Part of it was extremely warm out there. And we actually had a transformer and cable that failed that affected 4,500 customers near the downtown area. This is actually at Webster Wood Apartments. This is where the actual outage or the damage of the cable was. That circuit holds 4,500 customers. It's an overhead and underground circuit. So we were able to go out and look at the overhead. There was no issues with the overhead section of that. We were able to then turn customers up, restoring the majority of those customers by about 2:40 in the morning. And then we had struggles trying to find the actual outage piece. So Webster Woods has transformers that are actually inside of the apartment complex. There's 7 transformers in that complex. They're not on the outside. They're pad mounted transformers. And so they're not in the surrounding areas on the sidewalk areas or underground in that area. They're actually inside the apartment complex. And so we worked until almost about 9 o'clock at that period of time before we were able to get customers back up at 8:50 in the morning. Like I said, a very long outage. It took us some period of time to actually find that and be able to fix that transformer and that cable. Then unfortunately, the following day, that we had another outage for about a half an hour. This is the one that you saw, probably most everybody saw this in the paper portion of it. This is where there was a miscommunications with our Northern California Power Agency and the California Independent System Operator. And so when the Independent California operator, they're the ones that actually run the grid. They are the ones that are looking at the grid. They're looking to see how attacked it is for that day. Again, another warm day. apparently there was a communications to the dispatcher at NCPA, who was instructed then at that point, for what they heard at that time was that Palo Alto needed to drop about 7.3 megs worth of service. That evening, we dropped 1,700 customers and then also the business park, so that we were able to provide that. Shortly after that, within the hour's time, we received notice from NCPA that we are all clear and that we need to go ahead and go back and turn those customers back on. The process of turning a customer off and on when you're looking at large amounts of power to be shut off is that the operator, CPAU's operator, has control of the substations and has control of the feeders that add up to whatever we're asked to drop from the ISO. And so it's just push a button, the breaker opens, it's done, power's dropped, push a button, breaker close, power comes back on. So it's pretty automatic at that period, at that period of time. It seemed odd to me that within that period of time that we were asked to drop 7 megs worth of power. And so I started asking questions that night to NCPA saying, so what's really truly going on here? Because it seems like if you really are going to do this, because we were in the process of doing rotational outages on an hourly basis so that customers weren't going to be off too long. Typically, when they ask for power like that, it's usually going to be for a little bit of period of time. And the reason for that is that the solar power that is being generated is going down around that 6 o'clock period of time. So as the generation on the transmission lines that run through California, those generators, that solar is coming offline. And that's what causes the transmission lines and the generators to not come on because there is no more generation at that period of time. So that's how we get into these rolling blackouts. The other interesting thing, as I asked that night, was there were four other, counting ourselves, it was 5 cities that were asked to drop power. Santa Clara was asked to drop a large load. We are the second largest in the NCPA, so it goes by percentage of how much that you would use in a typical day, and it goes on. Alameda had a drop load. Hillsburg had to drop power. Ukiah and Lodi. But everybody got the same message within an hour's time. Everybody was turning customers back up. So it was odd. So it just so happened that there was a meeting with NCPA the next day with all the entities that had to shut that down. And then we questioned it hard with them about this. And they went back and listened to the tapes. There was a miscommunications between the ISO and NCPA operator. The operator from NCPA understood to drop load now. The ISO operator said, nope, didn't ask for that, should have never happened. The governor came out the next day and said, we didn't have to shut down any power. We knew it was going to be close because we do get to see graphs during the day that we look at to know how close is it going to get to the max if we're going to be in that band. We did communicate out that when we get into stage 1 and then stage 2, and then there's a stage 3. Once you get to stage 3, you pretty much know that you're probably going to end up having to shed some load during that period of time. So again, NCPA came out with an apology letter. We put that back out and communicated that piece. It was an unfortunate situation of that. And then the next day, we had another power outage, and unfortunately, that is the same circuit that we dropped on the first day of those 4,500 customers. So unfortunately, they went down twice within 2 days. And again, it's hard to believe, and I know that the community is probably thinking about this, is as we talked about that it was squirrel damage that to an underground cable, causing the fuses in the transformer to blow. And then we had to replace a piece of cable. So the story really back on this is that, so this is an overhead underground line of a feeder. The overhead goes to a certain point. The rest of the lines then are undergrounded. And at the corner pole, as where the underground rises to the top of this pole, the squirrel was up in the air, up on the line, and got entangled in between. If you look at electric power lines, you have 3 lines that are on the very tip top. Those are 12,000 volt lines. There's one that sits on the very far end of a cross arm. And then there's 2 lines that are fairly close, probably 18 to 24 inches on the one side. The squirrel somehow got entangled, caused the fault. What ended up happening was the fault actually went down the riser, and about 50 feet across the street is where we lost the cable at that period of time. And we were able to move most of those customers back up in power, but it still had an effect. Outage was about 2 hours at that point. Not to downplay the 2 hours, but the importance is, again, that we were able to get the information out. Again, core hours, not too bad. We're able to communicate it much better. I wouldn't say it's perfect. It's far from being perfect. But we were able to get out on Twitter. We were able to get it up on our website. And then we were able to restore power within 2 hours in that area. Thank you. So the last one was, again, now Sunday on the 11th. Unfortunately, there was another 3,300 customers that were dropped because of a car pole accident at Highway 101 in the Embarcadero. The interesting thing about this one is that that pole sets quite a ways away from the actual on-ramp or the off-ramp portion. It's interesting how far he actually traveled to knock that pole down. The fortunate thing was that there were no power lines dropped on the freeway. It is an aerial run that runs from one side of the 101 to the other side of the 101. It did take us all day. We were able to pretty much pick up most of those customers by 7 o'clock, and then approximately 50 customers in the Edgewood Plaza remained without power. Unfortunately, again, till 5 o'clock. But crews were able to respond. We ended up having to take out a new pole, had to restring it and put new cables up in the air. There was quite a lot of work that had to be done in that area, but again, a long time for customers to be out, even the 52 hours before we're able to get the majority of the customers back up. So one of the things that I don't think we've really talked about too much from a commission standpoint, that CPAU follows the California Public Commission's guidelines for inspection and equipment replacements. And we have to do patrols on a yearly basis. So we do a visual for all the overhead, underground wires, cables, equipment, switches, everything has to be done within a year's time. And then year 3, we actually do a detailed inspection where we actually open up every transformer, every splice, every switch in the underground sections. The one thing that we don't do and we can't really do is that we don't inspect the underground cable. We would have to disconnect the actual cable at that point, and we would have to run some tests on that. It's not something from a utility standard practice throughout the nation. When you do these inspections, you inspect where the connection points go to the transformers, switches, any kind of switch or any kind of splices. So what they do is they actually have an infrared camera. They actually go and they open up, they shoot the infrared camera on each of the connection points to take a look if there's any hot spots. If there's hot spots, then what they'll do is that they'll make a tag out for it. We'll make it a #1 priority. And what we end up doing is then we take a shutdown and we actually replace that cable as well as that elbow or that connection point, however it's connected to what that is. And then on the 5-year inspection portion of it is that's followed for overhead. We do a full detailed inspection of our overhead. So person goes up in the bucket, goes all the way to the top of the pole. We check our secondary as well as our main line. Again, infrareds, everything, all the connection points to see if there's anything that's going on. We've also, since '98, we've had annual reports that we do send, even though that the CPUC does not govern us, we do send reports to them about our inspections. We talk about what we've done on the 1, that 3, and that 5. And then we talk about how many tags we've taken, what the repair time was, and what the status of each of those repair tags that we have. We do have a process where we put priorities on these tags. As I said, if there's something that's going on that could have failure, it's priority 1. And our crews, and that's why we do have contractors on board to be able to help us making this maintenance work. Also too is that there's pole inspections. Every 10 years we go out and we take samples. We actually drill the base of the pole to see if there's any kind of bug infestation or if there's any wood rot in the poles. And if we don't see anything in that sampling in that area, then we'll go to the 20-year mark. Pole life expectancies are a long period of time, but we do replace poles on a yearly basis. And then also too is that we work with Public Works. I think we've talked about this and you've seen it in the budgets where we're spending about $1.5 million a year with Public Works to do tree trimming. Tree trimming is an enormous amount of work that our Public Works actually has a contract with contractors that actually go out and look at this. The way that it gets inspected is what we have inspectors as they're out there looking at this 1 year or 3-year period. Also, Public Works actually has some inspectors as well that they'll go out and look at areas where these trees are starting to grow up in the power lines. And when they get into the 12,000 volt or the 60,000 volt, they'll work out a tag and then the tree trimming folks will actually go back out there. So it's regulated quite a lot. We take pride in the maintenance aspects of it. I think that it has been a rash of outages that we've had in this past week. We're committed that we need to increase the communications, increasing the public communications at the beginning of any major power outage, providing updates during that outage. And we need to do a better job on making available for the community when restoring power to take place when these power outages happen. Some of the things that I was talking about, what we're doing now today is that we are actually putting more people on call or some of the management folks so that we all have more eyes on actually what goes on so that we can be a little bit better in the areas of communications. We, like I said, we put up Twitter. Twitter is tied to the city's webpage as well as the utilities page on the outage portion of it. I know that, you may think about this is that, okay, that's great that we put it up on Twitter and we put it on our outage page, but if I got no power, I can't really see anything. So, but there is a Nextel, which is the PD's way of communicating with customers. The bad thing about it is there's only about 12,500 customers that are signed up for Nextel. So we're trying to figure out a way how to get that information back out to the customers that we need them to be signing up on, giving them their cell phone number so we can text folks. Emails aren't really going to do it for us because, again, because of this power outage, it's silly to think that you're going to be able to go on your computer and look at this portion of it. But it is one way that we can look at this to get more information back out. also to, like I said, onto the social media pieces, as hopefully most people have smartphones and are able to get onto that. So one of the other things that we're looking at is that any small outage. So we just talked about 500 or better. So any small outage, 50 or to 500, and we have a lot of those. A lot of the majority of those 19 are smaller outage portions of it that we have, where it might be a transformer or it might be isolated to an area where you have 5, 10, 12, 13 customers on one transformer. So the outage map always comes up, and one of the things that we are going to add to that is to communicate out is that we're actually going to notify this back up on Twitter that there's a small outage, and we don't want to be specific exactly where that location is, just from a safety perspective, but we will give some cross streets on what where that outage might be. We'll also try to get ETAs, and then how many customers are affected of one those small outage portions of it. And again, the other thing what we are going to do is that in the 500 and larger customer portions of it, is that we're going to make sure that we're able to update information onto the website, onto the Twitter social pages every 2 hours, or if there's any kind of change. So if the change might be that 1 hour from now, we were able to pick up 1,200 customers, we'll make sure that that gets out. And then maybe it's another half an hour, we picked up another 500 customers. So any kind of updates that we have, or if maybe the timing has changed because there's more work that has to be done and the ETA is going to change, we'll put that up as well. If not, then every 2 hours, we're going to make sure that everybody is aware that this outage is still going on. There's X amount of customers that are out, and the crews are working on it. 2 hours next, from that point, there may not be any update. It's going to be the same information that's going to be out, but we believe though that the public has the right to know what's going on, and we need to do that. So it's very important that we do this. And maybe it's over communication, and maybe folks might think it's a little bit more of a saturation of information, but we're taking it very serious that this information has to get out to the public. So the question then comes around is, what should I do? What should I do when there is an outage in my area? Like I said, one of the biggest things is that to go to nextel.com, Palo Alto Police Department, and sign up for Nextel. The other thing is to confirm power outages, is to go to the outage information map. The outage information map is working right now. It's based off of our GIS mapping portions of it, so it actually helps and be able to tell where these outages are and what the surrounding area is. I think also too is that the other idea is that for subscribe to emergency alerts. So sccgov.org is another way that we have been pushing out some messaging on that. And then the other thing is any of the social media platforms. But again, going through paloalto.org connect will get you to those social medias. You don't have to have an account on Twitter. You can pick that up off of the utilities page. And you'll be able to see what's going on. Let's see. I am at. So what are we doing in the future portion of it? So on the 26th of this month, we're actually going to council. We do have a vendor show. Oh, thank you. 27th. Sorry. That's right. Council is on the 27th. So we will be taking this item to on the 27th about a new outage management system. This new outage management system It's going to definitely improve our abilities to notify customers via mobile as well as emails, texts. It also has a way to contact the customers back that are in that area. Right now, the thing is that we have a large base of emails from all the customers just from our utility billing system. But what we don't do is that we have our existing OMS doesn't have the ability to actually say, okay, if it's the 100 block or 1 to 300 block of Hamilton, let's email those customers directly to them. We don't have any way of doing that. The OMS is not set that way. It's an older machine. It was installed back in 2011. But this new one will actually have that information. It'll be tied to SAP as well as to our GIS system. It will be able then to zone in and hone into whoever the customers are and be able to send out. This is something that we have to work out is we will need to notify all the customers and find out which way they would like to be notified. Do they want to be notified by email? Do they want to be notified by text? Which way would they like to be? They want a phone call back. The new OMS has that ability to do all those three things. The timeline to install that is somewhere between 6 and 9 months. It's a software that we need to tie to SAP, and we know how those projects go. It will take us a little bit of time, as well as there is hardware as well. It's as well as software. And then once we get the approval, we're hoping that when we go on the 27th, we'll get approval of that portion of it. We'll be able to talk to the vendor and start working out the details on how we're going to move forward with this new OMS system. This new system will definitely be a plus for us. It will send a message once the operator finds out what's going on. There'll be some canned messaging to get up on the website right away. So as soon as the operator is aware of it, right now, he has to manually do this work, as we talked earlier. But this one would be able to look at it and hopefully be able to push that information right onto the website and then onto social media. Let's see, is there anything else, Dave, about that OMS? I'm sorry. So I think that we're looking forward to that. That's going to be a key piece on how we're going to be able to manage these outages. I think the thing is that it was interesting that I heard from Mr. Hutchinson earlier about is that with all the outages that we had, his question was, or his statement was, we should focus on the electric side because we do have resource strengths, and going into this fiber business, what is that going to do with our strengths? In my opinion, it doesn't have any downfall. If we decide that council decides that they want to move forward with the fiber project, it doesn't have any impact to the electric side. Because if you look at some of the modeling portions of it, it doesn't say that our linemen are actually going to be putting up fiber in the poles. It doesn't say our engineering is actually doing the engineering. As Dave mentioned earlier, 92% of the engineering is already done from Magellan. So there is no impact with these two large projects from the most areas that we have resource constraints to. So I'm confident that one is not going to slow down the other. The one that the area that slows us down on looking at how we look at the system is going to be about the electrification. It has impacts even today. As Jonathan was giving the presentation portion from an EV standpoint, we do have some areas that are constrained. And the thing is that you start adding 50 amp breakers on 10 customers that are on that same transformer, and they're level 2s, or maybe possibly even you get a Tesla in there. We're taking time to redesign that. We need to look at the transformer, need to see the size. We need to see what the secondary is going to be able to do. Preliminary reports. I was hoping that we were going to be able to do a report out on our grid modernization in next month's meeting in the October, but it's actually going to get pushed to the November timeframe. And the reason for that is that for a couple reasons. One, there are some upcoming meetings with council about SCAP. There's also some ad hoc committee meetings that will have some impact on what we're going to look at. And we want to have the consultant do a little bit more analysis. I think it's a little shy than what we're really truly looking at. So we're working with him, with that firm, to actually get us a little bit more analysis so that when we come to you, we can have a strong conversation about what those impacts are going to be. And one thing is that what we have to do is that we have to rebuild some of the areas, and we also have to increase the amount of transformers that are sitting out there. Right now is that, the typical home is about 3 kV load on that average. But then when you start adding on chargers and electrification portions of it, it does increase that usage portion of it. So we don't think that transformers, we think that we're going to have to add transformers into the secondary side, so that we'll be able to move forward so that whatever decisions that we decide to make, that we can do that. And one of the ideas right now is the heat pump water heaters. Heat pump water heaters doesn't have a whole lot of drain on the system at all. So it's a plus. Our goal is to push 1,000 heat pump water heaters out throughout the city. And we're confident that those customers, those 1,000 that we put out there, are not going to have an overload on the transformers or on the system that we have today. But the thing is that I want to make sure that the community understands that, we're 100% behind this, and we cannot have 500, these 3,500 customers out at periods of time. The confidence that we've lost from a utility perspective on just these outages in this last couple of weeks is tremendous out there in the community. And so I, as the leader of this group, need to take some strong direction on what we're doing. One of the things that we also talked about is that as we move forward into modernizing this grid, we really need to evaluate our protection and relay coordinations. I mean, the thing that is hard to understand sometimes is, so there was a bad piece of cable on a transformer that went bad at Webster Woods, but it relays all the way back to the substation. That's why we lose all our customer portions of it. We need to look at adding some automatic distribution devices on the lines so that we can segregate some of these lines and these long feeders that we have. There are a tremendous amount of customers on those feeder lines. So when we have a fault and it faults all the way back, it unfortunately takes out all those customers. There's devices out there that we could actually put in the overhead, separate the underground sections, so that if there was a fault, it wouldn't take out, if it was in the underground, it'll stop it at the overhead. All the overhead will still be working, or vice versa. So those are things that we have to look at as we design the new system and how we can protect. We need to break it into smaller section portions of it so it doesn't have such a huge impact to so many large customers. And so I'm committed to looking at that. I've talked to the operation and engineering folks. They're committed in that as well. And this is something that we're going to have to work with a consultant on, about how we're going to get these other type of automation portions that we can put onto the lines as we rebuild the system as a whole. So basically, in closing, I take great pride in providing the power to the community. And I appreciate their patience. I know that they've gone through a lot in this last outages that we've had. And, we are committed to continually improve our system and the practice and provide high quality, reliable service that Palo Alto is known for. It's very important that we stay focused on that. And as we move forward, with the new projects that we're looking at, as well as making sure that what works today is actually working, because right now it's not working very well. I feel really bad personally on a personal note that we do have so many outages at this point that, we, like I said, we have lost the trust from the community as itself. And that it's important to me that we build that trust back up, and it's not going to come easy. And so we need to move forward and take proactive approaches on how we're going to run this system and what we need to do. So with that, I'll open it up to any of your questions that you may have.
Any commissioner feedback? I don't think it's so much lack of interest as much as the hour. Okay. Commissioner Purcell.
A couple of things. Thank you for this report. I think we were all really wanting and craving this information, so I appreciate you pulling it together for us. I have just a couple of small things that caught my attention as you were going over it. In terms, you've emphasized the need for better communication along with making changes to the system so that the outages will not be as big or as long. On the communication side, with this new outage management system, I just want to plant a couple of ideas. One would be trying to get all the cell numbers and emails in the household and not just the account holder. From your nods, maybe you're already on that.
Yes, the new system allows you to add as many phone numbers or emails.
And to actively solicit getting those. And I would also consider making the default be over communication. So people get email and phone and text and whatever else you've got until they log in and back off and say, no, I don't want as much information. And oh, so you referred to a system through the police department. Did you say it was Nextel or Nixle? Nixle. Okay.
Sorry if I said that. Nixle. Yes.
Very good. And I think that was it for me. Thank you.
Commissioner Max.
Director Bachelor, well, first of all, I think we appreciate the very specific and timely discussion and candid discussion of this. I know it's a big challenge. Has there, with all this happening, has there been a, kind of Pareto analysis to understand what the biggest causes of outages are, and, as a first step toward remediation?
So, I think the thing is that we've looked at all 19 of these and analyzed these. Part of it is that some are just what I call natural causes. I mean, tree, Mylar balloon, car hitting a pole, maybe not natural, but I mean, cause, where there's actually truly cause. But the more important piece is that, that transformer that went bad in the gardens, we looked at it, it was 17 years old. Should have never went. What we think what ended up happening was that cable was about 22 years old, 23 years old. It should last longer than that, but it didn't. And so we are looking at right now is that we actually did some analysis in the other transformers in that area. And that all that cable is about in the same age bracket. And so we are working on a design to actually upgrade that. And I think that that's the part of it is that, we've looked at the cause of these, and some of them are that there were some older transformers that we probably should have changed and done a better job on. There's no doubt about that on some of those 19 or these other, I guess, 11 outages that we've had. And then also too, is that we are working on looking at age of cable. Age of cable is important to us. There's a study that's going on from an internal engineering standpoint to look at how the distribution portion of it is. It's not so much the feeders. We're not too worried about the feeders, but we want to look at the distribution side and then also the secondary side of when these cables were actually installed up hit above or underground.
Okay. So it sounds like old equipment is a major.
Some of it I'd say is old equipment. Yes.
Okay, well,
Yes.
Thank you. I mean, it just seems like being really systematic about, analyzing what's going on is really important. Because then you'd have a good, say it's aged transformers, then you'd have a good case going up the hill. We need money we just need to be proactive in replacing these.
Yeah, the bad thing about, I won't say that. I'll hold my comment. But yes, you're correct, is, to looking at transformers and looking at equipment.
Councilmember Cormac.
Thanks so much, Chair Siegel. Director Batchelor, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your honesty and being forthcoming about what's happened. It's been rough. It's been a rough spate. Don't know how many times you guys lost power at your house. It was more than once at mine. It's frankly, it's a little bit embarrassing as a council member to not have a very good explanation. And I literally couldn't access anything because long story. So that's been rough. And going through in detail and just listening to me, it's a little bit like listening to Dr. Perkins when she comes. I'm like, oh, wow, it's just so complicated and I'm learning more about it. But there are the two parts. There's what is physically happening and then what we're telling people. And so I appreciate, greatly that you're taking both of those to heart. And I'm confident that, the UAC and council members, ready to help in any way we can. Of course, we have, talented professional communication staff, both at the city and at the utilities level. I don't need to, belabor the point about how important it is that, electricity be reliable, because it's like even just the connectivity, that relies on electricity is so much more important to people. And I'll just say something that, I've certainly noticed over the past couple of years. I don't know if it's just a reflection of COVID or the increase, but people's patience is less than it used to be. And that's just how it is. And that's what people expect now, because, everyone needs to be on all the time for everything they're doing. So it's not just, okay, people can't, watch their TV show when they're home at night. People are doing meetings at 9 p.m., in other countries, et cetera. So, this is an important topic, and I think it's worth the UAC and yourself thinking about how to work on this over time. I hesitate to say that you have lost the confidence of the community. I think it's been a bit shaken, and hot weather doesn't help. No one feels better in the hot weather, right? So that's been a bit of a double whammy, but this is serious, and I appreciate you taking it seriously, and ready to help any way we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormac. Okay.
One more little
Yeah,
question.
Commissioner Forcell.
Thanks. I just remembered my other question. When there are rolling blackouts, how does the utility decide what customers to black out? Like, I made note of the fact that you chose business customers in this case, and I assume that was not an accident. Sort of what's the thought process? What's the algorithm?
So it all depends on, in this case, we were asked for 7 megs. So, what we thought was most likely after a 5 o'clock period of time, the business park kind of shuts down a little bit. There's still about 3.5 to 4 megs of power up there. So we think that most people are going home at that period of time. So that's going to be one of the first priorities. We communicated with them ahead of time, days in advance, because we knew that these heat waves were going to happen. We told them that, look, this is going to happen possibly in the next week, and you're going to be the first priority. So they were aware of this information was being given to them. And then the other thing is that, it could come in that we have to give up 10 megs worth of service. So that means now we got to find 7 more megs. And one of the things that we do put in our priority portions of it, we do not try to shut down the downtown areas, California Ave, University. We're not shutting down the hospital. That is a no. Stanford's not going to go off, the shopping center itself. And then we also have to think about, okay, so heat wave, working with CSD and to come up with cooling centers. So where can people go? So one of the things that we put up on the website portion of it is over the weekend as well for that whole week is it was rotating from some of the libraries as well as some of the gathering parts. And so once we move into that area where we decide that where that cooling area is going, cooling center, we're not going to leave, we're not going to shut that area off as well. So then at that point, then it's looking at, so one of the things we did some exercises on this, and we've been practicing for probably the last month or more about, because we have brand new operators. So they don't have a clue, you know, when you get into these rolling blackout portions of it, what you need to do. So we've been rolling with the operational groups as well as with our operators to actually simulate where we can pick up power. And we've got it down to most, I'd say down to 1 meg areas. But we're not going to shut off 7 1 meg areas because that's almost, you know, a large portion of the town side. So then we look at, okay, where is mostly some of this at? So where can we pick up the most megs with the less impacts they're going to have to the community? And so we chose, the next part was that there was 3.5 megs in Midtown. So that's why we decided to go to Midtown. Now, the idea is that we were going to leave if this would have continued to roll into another hour's worth of outages, we were going to leave the business park out. And then we would have had to go and look for maybe a multitude of another couple of different locations for doing this rolling blackout. So it all depends on what we were asked for, first of all. So if we would have been asked for the 3.5, we would have never had any impact to the customers. We would have just shut off the business park, sat it there and waited for them to come back and see what they wanted from us. So it all, again, it's tough to answer your question because I don't know how, you know, what the ask is, but that's how we look at it. It's just that we look at how we can break smaller sections out that has the least amount of impact. And then, like I said, unfortunately have to do rolling blackouts. The bad thing about it is that we cannot. So if we were going to go to Midtown, we don't have a mechanism to actually contact those customers ahead of time. That's the problem right now today. So I can't tell you that I'm going to shut off your power in an hour. Now, what I can do though is I can set out this massive email to everybody and said that Midtown is going to be out in the next point. So one of the things that we are looking at right now is that we're able to, we found out that we were able to pull some information off of all these where we've got these identifiers from the priority list. And now we got the addresses. So now what we're going to hope to do is go to SAP and go into our billing system and pull out emails. And if we have cell phones, I don't know if we're going to be able to text it today, but we'll at least be able to give them an email that says, hey, in the next hour, you're going to be in the next block. And the thing is that we're going to try to make sure that we can contact that because we do have this hour window that we can make contact with customers.
That's helpful. Thank you.
I don't see any other commissioner hands up. Thank you, Director Batchelor. I'm really looking forward to the November presentation. I hope it's equally, you know, forthright and exhaustive. Thank you. Not exhausting, but exhaustive. Okay, with that, I'll ask if there's any commissioner comments and reports from meetings or events. I don't see any hands. And then finally, if there are any future topics that any commissioner would like to propose. I don't see any hands. Do you have any? I would though like to add a update from Jonathan Late. I think it's been a while and it would be nice to hear what's going on with permitting. Okay, I think that's everything. So with that, does anyone want to move to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
Great, I'll second because we're both here. And I think we can all wave. And a thank you for meandering through this long meeting.
Yeah, I apologize, commissioners, but I felt that this was an important topic that I needed to take some time other than my regular normal comments that I was going to make. So I apologize for the lengthy meeting tonight.
No apologies. It was worthwhile for sure. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night.